All right,
We
good
are.
morning. This is Judge Bernstein. We're here for the policy meeting on the review of the sentencing guidelines. Representative Stevens, I saw, just join us as well. It looks like we're going to try and go through a lot of materials today, so I'll turn it over to the executive director.
Great, thanks, Judge, and good morning, everyone. We do have a full agenda ahead of us today. I'll try to move through some of the slides to give you an idea of the, if I can figure out, there we go, of the issues we'll be covering today. We'll start with a little introduction and overview of our process since the last meeting, and then we'll be focusing on our procedures and how we did some preliminary assignments of offense gravity scores. So Matt and I will be talking about two approaches. One that really focused on uniformity, trying to make sure we have similar sentences for similar types of offenses, and the other that focuses more on proportionality, that we have sort of a ranking order of offenses based on seriousness. We then will talk about the adjustments and enhancements. We've talked about this a little bit before, but we'll start to dive into it a little bit more. And then we'll conclude with prior record score. So we'll spread this over the day. This morning we plan to go until about noon. We'll take an hour break and then we'll start up again at 1 o'clock. I believe most members will be joining. And let me just start by saying that this is just a continuation of what we've been talking about for the last couple of years, but that we've been working on the last year, certainly through policy meetings. And one of the things I want to mention is all of the work that staff's been doing to prepare for this meeting and throughout this process. You all know that Diane Shoup retired from the commission earlier this month. We're pretty sure she's just sleeping now, catching up on rest, but she did a great job, was really helpful in producing a lot of information. We're really happy Brett has sort of picked up the baton, and we've been giving him plenty of work to do, and he really has helped us between the last commission meeting and now to be prepared for this. As I mentioned at the previous meeting, we have something like somewhere over 2,000 offenses that the commission in the past has assigned offense gravity scores to. And so part of this effort has been coming up with a systematic way of reviewing those assignments, of looking at sentences imposed when they have been imposed, and trying to see what kind of adjustments could be made. And one of the key areas of change is that we're moving from a matrix that basically has 14 levels to something that will be in excess of 35 or 36 levels. So we have opportunities to spread out things and to be more focused in recommendations. But that also takes a lot of work, as you know, in terms of trying to figure out what the right fit is. And so we're going to talk through the process today and then start to dive into the details. I just want to say at the start that we've done preliminary assignments, but this is the staff sort of first draft. And so we know that we need to go back and review it and clean up some issues between now and our next meeting. But we also wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to do the same thing. So we thought we'd give you today the rules of the road, how we sort of have been doing this and why we reached the decisions we did. And if you think those rules make sense, then, have at it, because we'll give you a lot of information, a lot of data that you can sort of spend nights going through and trying to figure out whether assignments make sense or not. And then our hope is that we will meet the day before the December quarterly meeting and see where we are. But I'm hoping that we're getting close to a point where the commission can approve at least a preliminary revision of the guidelines to take out for public hearings, so that we can get some feedback from the public to continue to build out these new guidelines. So with that, let me dive into some of the slides and get us underway. So first, there were a number of documents we sent out to you earlier this week. We sent a little update to some of the data files we sent you, and we'll make sure this information or any updates to this will be posted so that you have access to it and the public will have access to it as well. But there are 4 key documents that I think will be central to today's discussion. You don't have to have them in front of you, but we'll be referencing them throughout the day. The first is the modified or the proposed sentencing matrix. Very colorful, but I'll go into a little detail about what some of the changes are since the last time you saw it. And then we had two tables that had a lot of offenses in them. And Matt will go into the details of how they differ and what's in there. But it's a lot of individual offenses with information about sentences imposed and submitted to the commission. But there's also a lot of offenses for which the commission has assigned an offense gravity score, but there haven't been any convictions and no sentences. So one of the aspects of this project is to look at those kind of offenses and figure out what the rules are about what the proposed offense gravity score should be for those. So we'll talk through that process. But the 2 sets of data that you received, one was done in order of citation. So, if you think about Title 18, we started with, section or chapter 900, like the inchoates, and then we moved down to, chapter 25, which deals with homicide, and then chapter 27, and so forth. So, so the 1 list is in that order, and it has information on median sentences, and it has what the current guidelines are and what the recommended or proposed guideline would be, the assignment of the offense gravity score. Now with these data, they're in effect stripped down. Remember, as we said before, we wanted to make sure these were 0 prior record score so that we dealt sort of separately with prior record score issues. So these are all 0 prior record score. These also are, we filtered out any offenses that had inchoates or enhancements, things like that, so that they would be just basic sentences. Because what we wanted to do was come up with our baseline offenses. And so that's what you see in these reports. And then the information is the median sentence imposed. And then as a result of the last meeting we had, we built into this information on the conformity to the guidelines. And Representative Stevens, I hope you don't mind, but we've created a new Stevens rule that addresses sentences that are mitigated or departures below the guidelines in terms of how we assign the offense gravity score. Because our new rule is if the median sentence is within the standard range, then we use that as the primary assignment. And there's some other things we'll look at. But if the median sentence is in the mitigated or departure range, we adjust the assessment or the assignment to take that into account. So Matt's going to describe that whole process, but if you don't mind, we've named a rule after you, Representative Stevens. So those were 2 of the documents you had. The final document was sort of the starting point for what we have called adjustments, where we take a baseline offense gravity score assignment and we look for common factors, common reasons for mitigation or aggravation, and we try to provide some points for those, and it would serve as a step up or step down on the matrix. And we'll go through examples of that, but you have a document that at least gives you the starting point for things to think about as far as the point values. And some of those, many of those come from discussions with the strategic planning work group, but some of those are really based on what are common reasons given for departures from the guidelines. So we'll be going into some detail on all of those things this morning and this afternoon. So here's that matrix that we sent to you, and let me talk about some of the changes since you saw it last. One of the discussions we had, I guess, at the September meeting was about murder 3. And the concern, I guess, was when we looked at the data for murder 3, we found sentences in sort of several peaks. So there were a lot of sentences imposed at 120 months minimum sentence, a lot at 180, and a lot at 240. But there were sentences all over the map, including sentences to probation for murder 3. And aside from those assignments from that issue of murder 3, we are required to make available 2 enhancements to convictions for murder 3. One, when the victim is less than 13 years of age, and a second, and a more recent one, that deals with victims that were disabled, that were on the autism spectrum or other things like that, and that there was someone contributed to the suicide of that person, sort of took advantage of a vulnerable person. And so we are required to provide an enhancement for that. So we talked at the September meeting about creating some additional space, really focused on sentences for murder 3. And so if you look on the screen, what you'll see is that we previously had 6 categories for murder that addressed murder 1 and murder 2. And what we've added are 2 additional categories, H7 and H8, with the understanding or the expectation that H8, with a starting sort of a baseline of 120 months, would be the starting point, the sort of the baseline for murder 3, which would then allow the H7 category to be used for enhancement, and the regular matrix, the lower ones, to be used for mitigation or step downs for murder 3. So we think that accommodates or provides that flexibility that we talked about that we need for assignments for murder 3. We'll go into more details on that later, but that's the one of the changes in the matrix. A second change, and this came about as we were working through all of these assignments and reviewing offenses, was what we call the omnibus score. You might recall that under the guidelines, the commission has, in effect, default scores, so that when the General Assembly enacts a new law, there's a default assignment to the offense of an offense gravity score based on the grade of that new offense. And so usually that value, that OGS, is not exactly at the base of what you would expect for assignments for that grade of an offense, but it's sort of a fallback. It's a temporary measure to have in place. And as we were working through the guidelines and looking at different grades of offenses and sort of where the values grouped and all that kind of stuff, we thought that there was some adjustment necessary in what we had previously talked about as the assignment. So you'll see on the matrix, we've built in some modified OGS assignments. So M3s remain the same. M2s, we stepped up from what was an OGS 3 to an OGS 5. M1s remain the same. F3s step up from an OGS 11 to a 12. F2s from a 17 down to a 16. F1 remains the same. And then the super felony, those statutory maxes that are greater than, or statutory limits that are greater than 120 months, move from 24 up to 26. So those are the new proposed omnibus scores. And what we found was it was really helpful to have these in place, because as we were trying to assign offenses, it gave us sort of some sense of what the sort of going rate was if there weren't many sentences reported, or you were trying to figure out, where to plug a value in. This was a good sort of, a launching pad or a starting point for us. So we can discuss that later, but that was one of the values. Another thing that we looked at closely was the steps required for aggravated and mitigated sentences. Remember that under the new guidelines, what we're going to do is we're going to assign an offense gravity score on this bigger grid, many more values available. And instead of having aggravated and mitigated ranges that you sort of add on to the top and bottom by math, or that you have separate matrices or columns or whatever, the way aggravated and mitigated ranges will work is it's just a step up or a step down from where your starting point is. So if you have an offense gravity score of 10, that you step up 1 or 2 steps for an aggravated range sentence, and you'd step down 1 or 2 for mitigated. And under the proposal we had out before, we mixed this up. So down at the lower end of the matrix where the ranges are pretty narrow, we would have 2 steps. And up near the top where the ranges are wider, we would have 1 step. But as we worked through this, we found that was just sort of problemsome, especially like through the transition area. When you move from 1 step to 2, it was just complicated. And the other thing was, it sometimes appeared that the ranges were just too narrow. And that's something some of the members said before, that, we're trying to narrow the standard range for sure. But when we're also narrowing the aggravated and mitigated range, it really does sort of restrict the recommendations we're putting out there. So this is sort of a hybrid. We retain the narrow standard range and say that's the focal point for sentencing, but we build in a little bit more flexibility for aggravated and mitigated. And that can take into account the step up and step down for common factors, but it also gives the court a little bit more discretion by articulating reasons for departing from the standard range. So we think that has been a step in the right direction. We probably need to do a little bit more refinement, but at least for now, we think we're moving in the right direction. And here's a quick example that if you have someone at OGS 22 and the standard range is 24 to 30 months, under the old system, an aggravated range would be 1 step up. So the range would have been from the top of 22, so 30 months up to, or greater than 30 months, up to 40 months would have been the aggravated range. But what we're suggesting is we actually double that so that the aggravated range would now be 30 to 48 months, or greater than 30 to 48 months. So the standard 24 to 30, aggravated range is 30 to 48 months. And then in the reverse for the mitigated range, it would be less than 24 months down to and including 22 months. So as you can see, the standard range remains pretty narrow, but the aggravated and mitigated range gives a little bit more flexibility. Overall, the ranges remain, if you look at the 3 together, the ranges remain somewhat smaller than the current ones, but the real focus on the standard range being the narrow range is carried through in this proposal. So with that, that's sort of an overview of what you received and what we've been working on. We're now going to start diving into the work we did and explaining the process and identifying some areas for decisions. And so I'm going to turn it over to Matt, and he's going to start talking about decision criteria.
Great, thanks, Mark. As Mark mentioned, and as you know from previous meetings, we relied on a lot of analyses where we looked at median sentences for each of these offenses, and we based that off of our first time we did it, we only used 1 year's worth of data, and then discussing that when we were looking at burglary, it made sense to expand that to 3 years. So we were looking at now annual data from 2017, 2018, and 2019 for our analyses. And as Mark mentioned, we are looking at prior record score 0, And we're looking at offenses that do not have inchoate or in this original cut here, no enhancements either. So as we went through this process of making these original assignments, we were working on and building on our previous conversations to come up with a set of decision rules. And there were a couple of different arrays worth of data and information that we looked at, but our real guiding principle related to the number of offenses that we had, or the number of cases for particular offenses. So for example, when we had 25 or more cases, that gave us a little more confidence, if you remember, in the data that we received about the consistency or the reliability of that median score. And we saw how that changed when we added 1 year's worth of data to 3 years worth of data from previous examples for those burglary cases. And we made a distinction here between offenses with 25 or more cases and offenses with 50% of the sentences within the standard range versus offenses where there are less than 50% of the sentences within the standard range, where there's a mitigated, the median falls within the mitigated range, or when there's greater than 50% of within the standard range or aggravated. So this doesn't represent a huge proportion of our cases, but we saw these as really important cases because these offenses serve for us as an anchor because they're very reflective of current practice and give us guidance, especially as you'll see an example, there's situations with 1,000 cases for a particular offense type that would give us confidence in that median that we can then utilize to make comparisons to offenses where we see fewer than 25 cases. And we also have a lot of offenses, in fact, during our 3 years where there were no cases reported or no sentences imposed for those particular offense types. So we had to utilize, and we'll get to the strategies for 4 and 5, but really relying on those high-end cases as a starting point to create these anchors. So to give you a sense of the volume here, as Mark noted, there's roughly 2,100 offenses that we will need to provide OGS assignments for, not counting, again, inchoates and the enhancements and some other additional offense types. So the first scenario of where we have greater than or equal to 25 cases and greater than or equal to 50% within the standard range is a little more than 10% of our cases. And then the second scenario where we have a large N, again, greater than or equal to 25, but the median sentence falls within the mitigated range, it is a small handful of cases, about 36 cases, 2%. And we have none where it falls within the aggravated range for the median. So going back to number 2, an additional handout was sent to you, and I'll reference this later, that shows the step up, what we'll call the Stevens rule, if you would, for those cases where the median is within the mitigated range and there's greater than or equal to 25 cases. As Mark noted in our original specification of the proposed matrix, for several of the levels, we had plus or minus 1 step. When we did our original calculations on the handouts that were provided to you, it was based off of that matrix. Since then, we've updated the matrix, as Mark noted, to have plus or minus 2 steps for the aggravated mitigated for all of the levels. And so that handout reflects that, and I'll make sure that in an example that we understand what the implications or how that works. So we have a lot of cases, as you could see, where we had to rely on a lot of extra information to make those assignments, our categories 4 and 5, where the N is not greater than 25, or in fact, we have 0 cases. And we'll be presenting to you and walking through some of our decision rules and how we made those preliminary assignments. And as Mark noted, these are preliminary, and we as staff are going to be refining them and look forward to hearing from you as well about any offenses that you think should have a different OGS assignment. So as an example, and I wanted to kind of go back in time to thinking about the distribution of offenses and just remind you of our analysis strategy and how we went about assigning these preliminary OGSs. The first example here is for terroristic threats with an intent to terrorize, 2706A1. And this is an example where there are 25 or more cases and 50% of the sentences fall within the standard range. This is also an example where the N, or the number of sentences that were imposed for this offense, is 1,344. So we have a high N, and we see here that the median sentence is 36 months probation. And we could see, of course, that there are probation sentences, and then there are county confinement and state confinement, as well as, so if we were to follow in our notebook, and as when Mark was introducing the materials, there are two sets of data that you have. One is sorted on citation, and the other is sorted on OGS order. So this example, if you wanted to find it in the materials, is the file that was called OGS values OGS order, and we're on page 38, and the offense is ID number 66. But it's not necessary for you to take a look at that and find it, just letting you know where this information is in our notebooks and our materials. So it'll be about, it's the fourth offense down on page 38 of that file. So when we look at the standard range for this offense, which has a grade of, it's a misdemeanor 1 with an OGS 3 on our current assignment, and the standard range is restorative sanctions to 1 month of county confinement, and the aggravated mitigated range is plus or minus 3 months. If we look at the standard range, which again is RS to 1 month, we see that 80% of the sentences fall within the standard range. And in this example, the median falls within the standard range as well. When we look at the aggravated, which is up to 4 months of county confinement, there's an additional 12% of cases. And then there is 8% of the cases above the aggregate or departure, an upward departure. So we see this great consistency of the values related to the median that falls within the standard range. So this is an exemplar, as I noted, where we have greater than or equal to 25 cases. We have 1,300 cases. And greater than or equal to 50% of the sentences fall within the standard range. So when we're thinking of our new OGS assignment, we take the median sentence here, which is 36 months, and we utilize the new matrix. And this would be, again, one of our anchor offenses. And we see that the new proposed OGS 9 of 36 months probation is where this median sentence would fall. Utilizing the new, or the aggravated mitigated range of plus 2 steps or minus 2 steps, we see that we have a range here of the standard ranges at OGS 9 of 36 months. The aggravated goes up to, of OGS 11, up to 4 months, and then the mitigated to 24 months of probation. So we have a mitigated to aggravated range of 24 months probation up to 4 months of county confinement. But again, the standard range of 36 months with the assignment of OGS 9. So given the high number of cases or sentences that were reported and that we have from our 3-year period of close to 1,500 cases, with the median falling squarely within the standard range, with a high rate of sentences within the standard range of 80%. This serves as a good anchor or baseline because we have confidence in that assignment based on current practice. So I want to move now to another exemplar where we're looking at, again, where the cases are greater than 25. But this is an example where less than 50% of the sentences fall within the standard range. So it's an opportunity to think slightly differently about our assignments here, given that the median will not fall within our standard range. So this is an example of a robbery where there's serious bodily injury was inflicted, 3701 A1I. I'm catching up in my notes, I'm sorry. So this is an example where the median is 42 months, the grade is an F1, currently is an OGS 12 with the standard range sentence of 48 to 66 months, and the aggravated mitigated is plus or minus 12 months. This could be found in the same workbook or set of materials, the OGS values sorted in OGS order on page 2, and it is ID number 259. So this is an example where the number of cases received is certainly not close to 1,500. We have 41, but it meets our standard of greater than or equal to 25, giving us a little bit of confidence or more confidence than cases that are low ends for what the median value is. So when we look at the standard range of 48 to 66 months, only 20% of the sentences imposed fell within that standard range for this offense. And as you can see, the median is falling to the left of that standard range. When we look at the mitigated range, 236 months, we see that the median now falls within that 36 to 48 month gap there. So that the median sentence in this example falls within the mitigated range. And then we have an additional 32% that are below mitigated and 27% that are above the standard range. But what's notable here is there's 54% of the cases fall below the standard range. So we have 22% that are mitigated, and then we have an additional 32% that are below the mitigated range. So when we're thinking about the assignment for this, and again, remembering that the standard range currently for this offense is 48 to 66 months. Our assignment to start would be based off the median of 42 months. And that would be fit within OGS 24, which has a standard range of 36 to 48 months. However, our current median falls in the mitigated range. So the mitigated range is one step below the standard range. And this, again, I'll just reinforce or reiterate, this is based on the earlier specifications of the proposed matrix. We've since made an adjustment to the matrix that this would be 2 steps below the standard range, but I'll return to that in a moment. So we have the current median falls in the mitigated range, and the mitigated range is 1 step below the standard range. So if the mitigated range is 36 to 48 months, the standard range would be 42 to 54 months. So we essentially are assigning the median to the mitigated range and then developing the standard range by being one step up, so that if we took the standard range of 42 to 54 months, our mitigated range is now 36 to 48 months, which the median, which is a mitigated range sentence, falls within that mitigated range of an OGS 24. So given the old rule of that the mitigated range is one step below the standard range, we would make an assignment here of this type to OGS 25. However, as I noted, we've since changed the way we think about the steps on the proposed matrix, and now our rule is for this level to have it be plus or minus 2 steps for the aggravated. So in this case, the mitigated range is now 2 steps below the standard range. And we would have an assignment here of this offense to OGS 26 with a standard range of 48 to 60. The mitigated would fall within OGS 24, which is where our median of the data we received fall. So I know that's a mouthful. So if you were looking at the OGS sorted table, you'll notice that we had assigned that offense. Our proposed assignment was OGS 25. We sent you that additional handout that is called low conformity offenses. There were 36 of those. That's where we made the adjustments to accommodate for the updates to the new proposed matrix, where you'll see on that the assignment or the preliminary assignment for robbery inflicts serious bodily injury is an OGS 26 following this decision rule. And as I noted, there's only 36 of these examples where the median falls within the mitigated range, or another way of thinking about it, when the number of offenses is greater than or equal to 25 and less than 50% of the sentences are within the standard range. So this does not occur often, but this is our strategy for when we're thinking about this type of scenario. So the first example that I provided with the terroristic threats was an example of where we received a lot of sentences for that particular offense, and that we had a clear median that fell within the standard range. We had 1,300 cases. So we utilized that median to develop the assignment and the standard range for that assignment. And that's will be a lot of our what we'll call anchor offenses, something that we have confidence in based on the high level of reported data and where they fall within relation to the standard range. The second example is we have a higher N, or a number of offenses reported to us in our 3-year data sample, but those offenses fall within the mitigated range, the median. So those two provide us two different ways of thinking. And Representative Stevens?
Yes. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Notwithstanding the moniker you've attached to it, I have a question, and it's really a pretty, I guess, at a 30,000-foot level. It seems like we are undertaking two different tasks here at the same time, and I wanted to really just throw out there the question of whether it makes sense to proceed with both tasks or just one at a time. I feel like we are obviously, dramatically changing the approach on the guidelines and dramatically expanding the offense gravity score to get more granular with these offenses. And I certainly understand that. And I agree with that approach. I feel like this discussion that we're having now, and I know it started at the meeting in State College, is really about a change in the guidelines for certain offenses, which I think is different than just trying to take the current matrix and expanding it, expanding the number of OGSs so that the ranges are narrower and we can get more granular with that. And I mean, that's how I'm viewing this. Am I wrong in that regard? I mean, do you disagree with that characterization that for these offenses, we actually are undertaking a review of whether or not our standard range is appropriate or not? And I think that's different than simply trying to transform our current matrix to an expanded offense gravity matrix with more granular, with narrower ranges and sort of more detail for each offense.
Yeah, let me take a crack at that. I think first, keep in mind that, as Matt said, we're talking about maybe 30 cases that fall into this category. So it's not a lot of cases, but they could be meaningful cases. And also, we'll be talking later today about these adjustments to the guidelines. And actually, I think that was one of the issues you and others raised at the last meeting that complements this policy. So the idea is, in this example that Matt had, there was a really high level of sentencing below the standard range. And eventually, once we set these offense gravity scores for all offenses, if we set that value for this offense that far down, if we basically said we'll take the median sentence and we'll plug it in wherever it lands, so it would be a pretty low value because it would be in the current mitigated range. The thing is, then we're going to also have these adjustments where we say, if there are common reasons for mitigation, we're actually going to build that into the guidelines, and we're going to discount the OGS because of that factor, like substantial assistance or other things like that. So I thought the argument you made before, and I think it's a compelling argument, is that where there's really high mitigation or departures below the guidelines, there's also reasons for that, and they may be some of the standard reasons we're going to give, in effect, a discount. We're going to reduce points on the OGS. So if we start at that lower level where the data is, and then we discount it, we're going to have a sentence recommendation quite a bit below what the typical sentence is. So the idea of doing this sort of reverse engineering is we set for these 30-some cases, we set the OGS in what would be the standard range with the expectation that there is going to be mitigation that will then get those actual sentences to where the median sentence is right now. So it's just a handful of cases, and it's just adjusting those to make sure they fit. But I think that's also part of the bigger thing that you raised, which is we're certainly starting with the current guidelines, and then we're just trying to figure out how you make them more refined. So we may look at a range that's pretty wide, and we may say, well, we're going to have to pick either probation or confinement, or we're going to narrow the duration of confinement. So that's like the big picture. That's what we're trying to do across the board. And then for these like 30 cases, we're just recognizing the median's really low, and we need to adjust it if we're going to build in those other factors and give discounts for that. So we'll get to that this afternoon, but we just wanted that's why we think it's important as part of this process. You're muted.
Sorry. So what you're saying is that I'm trying to figure out the best way to say this. So even though the median might be in the mitigated range, what you are proposing is that the standard range for this offense fit within the current standard range of the offense, because that contemplates the fact that there will be mitigation that the judge will provide, which will take it down to the median. Am I restating that properly?
Yeah, that is correct. And there will still be the value for these offenses, just like all the other ones, that we're going to narrow the range and we're going to focus on a given disposition. So there will be the benefit of that for these offenses as well. But, you know, if you think about where Matt started with this, the other option is you just say, well, the median sentence is in the mitigated range. We'll set the mitigated range for this offense, but then we won't have any kind of discounts or adjustments because we're already starting in the mitigated range. Because I think the concern that was raised during the last meeting is if you build in to the assignment what has been found to be a typical mitigated kind of circumstance, then if you then separately allow mitigation, you're going to have sentences way below the typical sentences.
Right. Yeah, that's my concern. I guess I misunderstood, I guess, where you guys were going with this. I didn't realize. So I agree then with the concept of maintaining the current standard range. Let me back up. Ensuring that the new proposed standard range falls within the current standard range that we have in our matrix. And that's not to say that at some point we can't take a look at, you know, cases where there is, you know, a significant amount of data showing either aggravated sentences or mitigated sentences to see whether our guidelines are appropriate. But I feel like that's an exercise that's very offense specific and would probably require a lot more information, you know, from prosecutors, defense attorneys, and things like that to understand exactly what the factors are that are driving those departures. And I just thought that would be taking on a lot more than what we were hoping to accomplish here. So that I'm happy then. Thank you for clarifying that and clearing up my misunderstanding.
No, not a misunderstanding. It's I think we had some complicated discussions here just to try to sort of figure out the approach to that. But I think we're all on the same page. And also, I think, you know, it's all about narrowing the ranges and really targeting things. One of the things about Matt's example is, you know, it was that most of the sentences were in the mitigated range or right below that in the departure below. But, you know, there's other examples where they're just spread all over the map. You know, the sentences, because the range is wide and because judges are also departing, there's just not much rhyme or reason to what's happening. So, you know, trying to like harness those kind of cases and figure out where to plug them in and recognizing there will be adjustments built into the system. We just want to make sure we capture that, because if we don't, we could end up, you know, giving really high or really low sentence recommendations that just don't fit the case very well. But in the end, especially for these 30-some cases, you all can override. You know, you can look at it and say, is that the right fit after we do this? And you can decide, you know, if you want to adjust it from where it is.
Can I ask a question?
You're the chair.
I am asking a question. So, is there any offense where you've assigned a new OGS where the standard range of the new proposed OGS does not encompass some portion of the standard range as it sits currently in the guidelines? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think if I understand, I think there have, at least from the cases that I've seen, unless there's a really small N, but I think in most of the cases, there are at least some sentences in the standard range, but we were using 50% in the standard range as sort of the cut point. And if it was less than that, then we looked at the direction in which the other sentences went. Did they go, you know, sort of mitigated, or did they go aggravated? And we didn't find any instances where there were more aggravation than mitigation. So that's why in these 30 cases, you're going to see the adjustment is to in effect, increase the OGS because the bulk of the cases are below the standard range.
Right. So I don't know, maybe I'll try and rephrase with it. Maybe you answered it and I just didn't understand it, but this is hypothetical. I don't know what all case, let's just say, I think certain simple assaults, maybe wherever you have that 3 to 14 range, just as a hypothetical, are any of the crimes that fall in that guideline range of our current, OGS, assign a standard range now where it doesn't encompass some portion of the 3 to 14 months. Does that make sense? Anybody? I'm looking at
Yeah.
Judge Tucker. I can see him. I don't know if I'm asking, because it's sort of what Representative Stevens is asking. And then it made me wonder. So I guess his concern is, if I understood it correctly, if we're taking a crime that normally was a 4 to 8 month guideline range and its OGS standard range, and we now give it an OGS where its standard range is probation, that seems to me that we're switching, which I think was what Representative Stevens was saying. So are we doing that to any of the crimes by adjusting the OGSs where we completely take out of the standard range what's part of the standard range now?
Yeah, I think there are cases like that if we use the two-step rule. Now, maybe one accommodation is to go back to a one-step difference, because if you look at just what's on the screen right now, you see that the ranges overlap, and so by doing a one-step, you would make sure that you maintain part of the current standard range, even if you reduce it by reducing it by 1. You'd have an overlap that would sort of accommodate what you're talking about. I think when we move to the 2 that we have for the aggravated mitigated range, you start to, in some cases, you're going to either not have an overlap or it's going to be a very small overlap. So just looking at the screen right now, if the recommendation was 48 to 60 and you did 2 steps, you're at 36 to 48. So there's like no overlap between the top of the 48 and the bottom of the 48. But if you did one step, like we initially, as was initially proposed, it would allow an overlap in all cases, and that might address the issue you're raising.
I don't know that it is negative per se, based on where you're looking at medians and so forth. I just kind of thought it was a different way of maybe addressing what I thought Representative Stevens was asking, because what he asked is covered in this example, but there's an awful lot of crimes. So I just didn't know, as long as we're putting that standard range that we currently have, we get at least a piece of that into the new OGS assignment, then I think we're satisfying what the issue was that was raised, because I agree with his.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Matt?
I think in a broader sense, Judge, and maybe this is what you're asking also, was, and Mark will show some examples later where we're looking within particular chapters of offenses and comparing them to one another, that we're utilizing ones with these higher ends as our anchors. And there could be ones that had lower OGS assignments with lower standard ranges that are moved down or up, that the new recommendation may not fall within the current assignment. And again, these could be for cases that have like 2 offenses during our time period. So I'm not sure how the original assignment was made, but there are circumstances where the new assignment could be below the current standard range or above the current standard range. But based on our process that I'll get into a moment of how we're going to assign cases that don't fit these 2 scenarios where we have offense counts or number of offenses greater than or equal to 25, we have a separate kind of process where we're triangulating lots of different information to try to make the best assignment, either through similar nature or different elements and aspects of the particular offense when the N is low. So hopefully that adds, I don't know off the top of my head what proportion of those 2,000 or whatever we made assignments to, thousands of cases meet that, but we could look into that for you if you'd like.
Yeah, if I could just add one other thing, because I think it gets to sort of two aspects of what we've been discussing. One is that when you see high departures below the guidelines, so mitigated and departures below the guidelines, it could be for two reasons, right? It could be that there are common mitigating factors, mitigating reasons that the court's articulating, or these are cases that are negotiated commonly. And that's part of the deal. But it also could be that the commission has overrated it, right? That the recommendation is too high, and that the market in terms of the courtroom is just calling it lower than that. And so one of the efforts of narrowing the ranges is to try to to make sure we're more focused in what we're recommending, and then looking at what judges are doing, and is it that what we're recommending is too high or too low, or is it that there are just a lot of factors in play in those kind of cases, or those are highly negotiated cases, and therefore you're just going to get mitigation. So but I think your point applies in both of those cases. If we do one step instead of two steps, you provide some overlap. So if it is that we're just, that there's just common mitigation because of the nature of the case, you'd be able to retain part of the current guidelines. And if it's because we got it wrong, we wouldn't be taking a radical step in one direction or the other. We'd be taking a sort of incremental step to adjust, and then we could test it out and see what happens, and then come back and revisit it. So, thanks.
Mark, it seems.
Yes, Joe.
It seems like what I'm hearing is more mitigation concerns as opposed to, or there's more mitigation going on than aggregation. And without oversimplifying this, is the suggestion that we adopt the guidelines as to what is actually happening, what the judges are actually doing? Is that what I'm hearing, or am I hearing something else?
Yeah, Judge, that's where we started. So when we started this process and we talked about descriptive versus prescriptive guidelines, and we basically said, we should use the data, use the numbers, use judges' sentencing practices as an anchor, as an indicator of what the sentence recommendation should be. And that is working pretty well, because we have really wide ranges, and so most of the sentences, most of the median sentences are in the standard range. And so we're using that to sort of narrow the ranges and figure out what part of the standard range to use. But there are a handful of cases, about 30, where the sentences are below the standard range. And that's where, is it that we just have wrong recommendations, that they're too hard or too high, and we should use the data to reduce the OGS assignment? Or is it that the nature of that kind of offense leads to a lot of mitigation? And I hate to keep bringing out this example, but we've talked before about Murder 3 and how there's like no rhyme or reason to sentences for that, because Murder 3 is like a catch-all. There's so many different circumstances that contribute to a conviction for Murder 3, and it sort of explains why we get probation and why we get 240 months as a minimum term. So I think you're right, Judge. A lot of what we're doing is trying to sort of reset the guidelines to reflect what judges are doing. And I think the only case where we're just, we're trying to figure out the right approach is when we have these that a lot of the cases are below the guidelines. And as I said, I think the compromise is, instead of going down 2 steps or correcting by 2 steps, correct by 1 step, because then we have an overlap. Part of the recommendation will be the current guidelines, and part of it will be lower than that, which accommodates some of the mitigation.
So the 30 cases that you mentioned, these are cases that were seen to be in the mitigating range? Did I hear that right?
That's right.
Okay, so
Mitigated
how
or
many?
below the guideline.
Okay, so what's versus that in terms of in the aggregating section above the guidelines? If there's 30 mitigating, were there any in the aggregating category?
None where more than 50% were outside of the standard range. Remember, our starting point was are 50% of the sentences in the standard range? And if not, then what direction did it go? And what we found, like in the case that Matt showed, 54% of the cases were either mitigated or departures below. So less than half in the standard range, and all of the change was below. And we looked for that and didn't find any cases that it was above. And there might be two reasons for that. One is that, remember, we're looking at 0 prior record score, no enhancements, no inchoates. I mean, these are like pure cases. And it could be that we would see that in those more serious cases where those other factors are in play. The second thing is we have really wide ranges, and in some cases, the range includes the statutory limit. So again, with murder 3, the standard range includes the longest minimum sentence possible. So all we do is we set a floor, but no ceiling. You can go as high as you want. So it would be impossible to depart above the guidelines or to give an aggravated sentence for murder 3 because the statutory limit's in the standard range. So, and there's other cases like that where there's no sentence above the standard range possible. So those are some things that contribute to only departures below or only mitigated sentences in terms of more than half.
The only concern that I have is that when a judge sentences in a mitigating range, there has to be reasons. You have to explain why. And if we move this down, then there will be no explanation as to why. And an extension of that concern is that we will start seeing, perhaps rightfully so or not, but we start to see lower and lower sentences because there's no reason or no mandate that a reason be given for the sentence. Well,
yeah, that's a good point.
You still have to give a reason, but in terms of the mitigation, right, you won't have to explain that. That's the concern that I have.
Well, Judge, and actually, I mean, that's a great point, because actually what we're doing is, because the sentence is down there, we are pushing the recommendation up towards what the standard range is. So we're making a recommendation higher than the typical sentence in these 30 cases. And it's to accommodate that, because what we assume is if we set the recommendation higher than the typical case, then in order for courts to mitigate, they would have to provide reasons or use one of the adjustments we're talking about, like, providing, assistance or whatever, just those kind of factors. So I think we're doing what you're saying to avoid or to continue to collect information on those reasons for mitigating. The question is, how much do we do it? And that's why I'm saying I think this sort of the compromise is one step, because 2 steps you do start to get pretty far away from the mitigated range or the typical sentence. The adjustment you're making moves you farther away. 1 step, you retain an overlap. So I think you get the reasons, but you also take into account the typical sentencing practices. So I think that will accommodate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Krajewski.
Yes. Hello. Thank you. I just had another sort
Sure.
of question related to the discussion we're having about the shifting of the range. So I understand that part of the impetus is for our previous range, there were sentences that were outside of it, either below or above, and so part of what we're trying to do is refine this to have it be tighter within the deviation. But I'm curious about, as part of us making these calculations, are we also taking into account outcomes from sentences that are outside of the deviation? Because I do think that should be a factor in us determining, how we refine it, what steps do we use, and really see, are we seeing better or worse recidivism rates for cases that are on those kind of outlier parts of the range. So I'm just curious about if we're taking that into account as we're discussing this change.
Well, that's a great idea. I know we've had discussions over time about doing exactly that. Like when we find these departures from the guidelines in either direction, are those departures having better outcomes than what we're recommending? Because, for violent offenses being incapacitated, for nonviolent offenses being more in the community, there may be better or different or worse outcomes than what we're recommending. And so we've talked about that. I don't know that we've ever done a focused one just looking at departures or, in either direction. But I think, we can look at that or try to build that into our product. Again, right now we're talking about 30 cases. So actually it's maybe manageable if we have, rap sheets and the data on those cases, but it's something we should do because I think it would help to inform, is this that, judges are providing reasons and they're making good decisions about individual cases, or is it that the commission has, just has the wrong recommendation for that kind of case?
Yeah,
so thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's that's relevant data for us because I think it kind of becomes the source of our question around, well, is the problem that we're not being accurate enough, but is the actual evidence that judges are finding better outcomes with sentences that are outside of that range, and thus should that be the driving force for why we're moving to shift the goalpost here? Yeah,
absolutely. And one of the things that we've said from the start, and I'm sure it's obvious, is that the guidelines are pretty macro, right? They're making general decisions to promote a fair and equal starting point, but judges have a responsibility to individualize a sentence, and for certain offenses or certain characteristics of offenders, there may be a lot of individualization. Drug treatment, other things like that in lieu of incarceration, and so I think you're right. I think judges are often making good decisions about specific circumstances they're seeing in the courtroom, and so that's why they're advisory guidelines. But when we see big departures, I think we should be investigating why is that, and is it working better than what we're recommending?
Yeah, I think that research would definitely be helpful. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Write that down, Brett. Brett has another project. Okay, Matt's going to go through the decisions, and then we'll take a break.
Yeah, so we've been covering or thinking about and talking about the offenses where the N or the number of offenses is greater than or equal to 25. And as we know, as from that illustration, about 85% of our offenses have N's that are less than 25. So the approach we'll take, and we'll go into some illustrations later, especially when Mark takes a look and presents on proportionality and taking a look within certain chapters of offenses, we were able to utilize a lot of different information to be thinking about what the assignment was. Even for the cases that are less than 25, for example, if there was an N of 18, that median still might give us the median sentence type as well as the median duration, a starting point to be thinking about where that offense may be assigned. There's also some instances where there are similar offenses that may have 15 cases, and 15. If they all have the same median, we might also have additional information to be thinking about that assignment. But as we went through this process, especially for the really low ends, I think that we have some information about those offenses, which is, of course, the grade of the offense, the current OGS assignments, and the standard range sentences, which to be basing our proposed OGS assignments. We have our statutory limits. As I mentioned, we have these anchor cases, a median of similar offenses within the same chapter where we have a little more confidence in those medians that we can be building off of. As I noted, the proportionality to similar offenses within the same chapter. And then I think the burglary example from a prior presentation gives the example that we have an expected rank order of what the OGS assignments might be. So that if we found out that a home person present had a lower OGS assignment than not a home, no person present, we might want to think about what our strategy is. So we're utilizing all of this information to make references as we're making those assignments. So I'm going to provide an example looking at the sheet of one way of thinking about that, which is the uniformity of sentences when we come back from the break, looking at OGS 18. When we look at OGS 18, are the offenses that have been assigned preliminarily to OGS 18 on our using the new matrix, are they similar? And then Mark's going to take a look at comparing them within chapters and looking at this kind of ranking by proportionality. So, going back to the drug examples earlier, if we had an OGS assignment for a significant weight of some type of drug be less than one with a weight that's way lower, we may need to rethink our assignments. And some of that could be based off medians, and this gets to the descriptive, to the prescriptive, or science and art, and the blending of all those. So we'll walk you through some examples of how these strategies and using different data points help inform our preliminary assignments that really take advantage, of course, of the ends that are greater than or equal to 25 as starting points when possible.
Yeah, let me just, looking at Matt's list, we've spent a lot of time talking about data and how we should use these median sentences as anchors and to really inform what we're doing. And I think that makes a lot of sense. We should be doing that. But we can't forget about the current OGS assignments, because those came about, over the course of 30 or 40 years of having guidelines. So, we've adjusted guidelines in response to legislation, in response to public hearing, in response to sort of thinking about what's the right rank order of these things and what's important and what factors do we see at sentencing. So we have these sort of two camps, these two approaches that are both, we're fortunate we have two different ways of thinking about these assignments. We don't start with a blank slate. We start with existing OGS assignments that have been built over 40 years. And then we have data reported to us based on those guidelines, and that's where we can use the data to refine the guidelines, to target things better, and then to ask these questions when there's departures, like what do you do? So I think this list Matt has is great because it shows you sort of the menu of things that we can take into account when we're trying to refine assignments, but it also sort of points out that because there's so many factors you can look at, you can sort of either cherry pick or you can come up with impasses because there's competing interests and you have to just sort of figure out what you're going to favor. So that's going to be after we're going to take a little break, but then we're going to talk about these two approaches. Matt talking about the approach really with a focus on uniformity, and then I'll talk about taking a focus on proportionality and they're not mutually exclusive, but every once in a while they're in conflict, but we'll talk about both of those.
So
Matt?
let me just, I apologize, I left one item off of this list, which is we also rely on the omnibus assignments that we talked about at the beginning of this meeting for certain types of offenses when we maybe don't have any other references that make sense for us.
That's great. Well, if no one objects, maybe we could take about a 10-minute break. I have 10:20, so maybe try to resume around 10:30, which means it'll probably be closer to 10:40, but everyone take a little break. Thank you.
Hopefully most people are back. We're going to continue our discussion on the OGS assignments. So I'm going to turn it back over. I'm not sure if it's going to be the executive director. We'll start with him and let him pass it forward.
Thanks. Matt will continue the discussion and then turn it over to me. Thanks.
As we discussed right before the break, we're going to look at two different ways that Mark said are somewhat complementary and sometimes not mutually exclusive. One, looking at the principle of uniformity. And in this case, we're thinking of uniformity as, are we treating similar cases the same? And through this assignment process, are we assigning cases of similar seriousness to the same OGS categories? So if we were to look at a specific OGS category, we can look at the offenses that have been assigned within that OGS category and see if they're similar in seriousness and should be grouped together. So part of that process is to be thinking again about the anchor offenses. Are there offenses with greater than or equal to 25 cases and greater than or equal to 50% within the standard range? Once we have those anchor offenses, which we might have a little more confidence in that initial assignment based on the median, how do the anchor offenses compare in regard to seriousnesses of the other offenses that are been classified within that or assigned within that OGS category? And then also we utilize that anchor offense to inform the assignment for these offenses with small numbers. As an illustration, we thought we would look at OGS 18. And we chose OGS 18 because this is an offense where the standard range of, this is again OGS 18 on our new proposed matrix, that the standard range is a sentence of confinement of 9 to less than 12 months. And so this is a presumptive county incarceration or county confinement sentence. And if we were to move up to 19, then we'd be moving to our level D of state confinement, so that the assignment here is slightly different in terms of county versus state confinement. And if you remember from our previous investigations, we found medians that were at 11.5 months for some offenses in our earlier last meeting or 2 meetings ago, where clearly there's a thoughtful consideration of keeping the individual confined in the county as opposed to moving to state confinement. In the materials that were provided to you, I'll be focusing again on the OGS values sorted by OGS order, and those for OGS 18 can be found on pages 11 to 13. And I'm going to start, I believe, on page 13. Nope, I'm sorry. So I just want to orient you to the top, and then we'll pivot to the right page in a moment. But the way that this information is arrayed for you, and again, we're sorted here on the proposed OGS category that all the offenses we'll be looking at have been assigned an OGS of 18. But working from left to right, we have assigned each offense an ID number. And really that allows us to sort them or unsort them. And it has no meaning other than also as a way for me to tell you which offense I'm looking at. We have the offense and then the citation. We have our grade. We have our statutory limit. We have the current OGS assignment and the current standard range, the proposed OGS assignment and the standard range, And then we have some of the detailed information regarding our analyses. So we have the N, which is the number of offenses from that 3-year period of 2017 to 2018. Again, this is for prior record score equals 0, no inchoates and no enhancements. We have then the median sentence and the median sentence type, the duration. And then we look at the conformity from below to mitigated to standard, aggravated, and above. And it's that similar type of exercise where we can understand what the N is and what proportion of those sentences fall within the current standard range. And I'll walk through an example. So as I noted, you know, we utilized this information as we were making our assignments. The grades, we were looking at the omnibus assignments, some of these anchors, the current OGSs. It's interesting to note that the current OGS for these assignments to OGS 18 range from OGS 5 all the way up to OGS 13. So there's a wide spread of the original assignments, but we'll take a look at some of these as exemplars. So the first one here is homicide by vehicle. And this is ID number 988 if you're looking at the handout materials. This is a felony 3 offense. The current OGS is 6, a standard range of 3 to 12 months. We had 62 offenses during our 3-year period, and the median sentence was 11.5 months. And if we look, 71% of the sentences of those 62 sentences fell within the standard range. So we're based again on our kind of decision matrix or our decision rules. This is an example of greater than or equal to 25 cases where the level of conformity to the standard range is greater than 50%. So we utilize that 11.5 months for this assignment to our new OGS category 18, which is 9 to less than 12 months. So this was one of our anchor offenses, at least for OGS 18, where we have a high N, we have conformity to the guidelines, and this seems to be what I would call a good exemplar of what an OGS 18 type of offense might be. Oops. If we look at the next offense moving up, which is ID number 175, indecent assault with a victim under 13 years old, and this is a tier 3 sex offense. It's a felony 3. The OGS is currently a 6, which is 3 to 12 months. And if we look over at the current, what our analysis reveals, we see that the N is 71. We received 71 sentences. Again, the average or the median is 11.5 months, with 78% of those falling within the standard range. So we made a similar assignment here of OGS 18, which is the standard range is 9 to less than 12 months. So this is another anchor for us in terms of current practice, consistency in the sentencing, and we would say from a uniformity perspective, then that this indecent assault with a victim less than 13 is commensurate in seriousness with homicide by vehicle. And that's really what we're thinking of from the uniformity side of things, of would these be given the same OGS assignment, in this case 18. So we're treating these offenses as similar, at least in regards to the assignment to their OGS categories or their seriousness. So when we look at the 3 offenses above, which have ID number 171, 172, and 173, we're also looking at offenses that are dealing with indecent assault, the victim under 13 years old. If you go out to the right side where we're looking at total, we see that the first one had an N of 4, the second had an N of 5, and the third had an N of 18. So we'll pay a little less attention to within the standard range, except for maybe the one that has 18, which has 67% of those offenses fell within the standard range. As I mentioned, we would reference the median if it's less than 25. In this case, there's 18, and it is the median sentence was 10 months, which is again consistent with this OGS 18 assignment of 9 to less than 12. The other medians, there's only an N of 4 and 5 are 6 months, but we utilize that. These are all F3s, previously OGS 6. We can reference the offense with 18 cases, and we can also reference our anchor offense, which is the indecent assault of victim 13, the ID number 175, where we had 71 offenses. So we feel that these are similar in nature, so they are all assigned an OGS of 18. So we tried to leverage as much information as we could about these smaller N offenses, and are saying from a uniformity perspective that these are similar in nature to each other, which again warrants an assignment to OGS 18. So this was one strategy we utilized for assignments, was these grouping, and again, it will make more sense, I think, this example of when Mark's looking at proportionality and looking at within chapter, because we're looking at chapter 31 here for the ones that are highlighted, the sexual offenses chapter, and saying these are similar in nature with similar elements, and so we're going to make a similar assignment even though the ends are low. So as you do your own reviews, I think looking at these, the workbooks that provided where they're sorted by OGS assignment will give you an opportunity to think about uniformity. However, when we started to review these and we're starting to look within chapters and those rank orders, I think that made some of the assignments or trumped thinking about uniformity relative to one another, sort of trumps the uniformity principle. So going back to my burglary example from 2 meetings ago, we saw that there was one that had a low end and we weren't sure where its placement was, but we decided that it should be relative to the others be lower. And so we were really basing that off of assigning that OGS example off an anchor, which was not the same OGS category. So where we end up relative to one another may impact this assignments when we look at it through the lenses of uniformity. So that was a mouthful. Hopefully that made sense, but this is one way to assess, and that's why, as Mark noted, we sorted these offenses 2 different ways. Because one way to assess if they're the correct assignments is to think through this uniformity process. And I recognize that probably comparing homicide by vehicle to indecent assault with a victim less than 13 at the granular level, if that should be an 18 or a 19. But in this example, at least it should be thought through, would this be a county confinement sentence versus a state confinement type of sentence is one way to consider this threshold when they're right at the border of moving, 1 or 2 steps up or down to move across levels.
Yeah, if I could just throw in a comment about the effort involved in this, because, we've had guidelines for a long time. And one of the nice things about wide ranges with multiple options available is you can plug a lot of stuff in there and it sort of fits, right? You have 14 categories. You start with the grade of the offense and you do some finessing here and there, but you can put a lot of stuff in the same category and sort of say, yeah, this part of the range would be good for that offense, or this part of the range would be good for that offense. But our effort right now is to spread that out over 35 or 40 categories, and so it does get to these questions that Matt's raising about which specific disposition are you thinking about and which range of sentences make the most sense. But it's a little bit more tedious process, at least this first time around, of trying to fit it against a new matrix. But I think it's a good effort, and it's an ongoing process. And this sort of back and forth is, I think, producing a better product as a result. Okay, I'm going to take over for Matt, and I'll just start by mentioning, Matt's focus was on a single OGS assignment. He was looking at proposed OGS 18, and his focus was on uniformity. Are those offenses similar to each other, and are they appropriately assigned in OGS 18? So that's what he was thinking about when he was looking at offenses and trying to sort of figure out what's in and what's out. Is it a good fit for an OGS 18? And he did that for a whole bunch of and he and others did that for a whole bunch of other OGSs as well. So that was sort of the direction there. What I'll be focusing on is what we call proportionality. So I'll be looking at offenses by crimes code chapter and trying to see if they're similar in terms of, recognizing that in a chapter of the crimes code, these offenses are similar in terms of the nature of the offense, but what's different is sort of the rank order of them. So we're going to try to see, or my job was to see, if the ranking of the proposed OGSs made sense, that we had, the higher ranking for the more serious aspects of that crime and lower rankings for less serious aspects. So I'm taking Matt's work and then trying to sort of figure out from almost a different perspective, do those assignments make sense or do they have to be adjusted? So it's sort of like a 360 view of these assignments that we're working on. So I posted some slides here to get us started as far as, what we're talking about when we say proportionality. So it's just trying to balance the sentence recommendations with the seriousness of the offense. And as I said, trying to think of the relative seriousness of similar kind of like nature of offenses, and then trying to come up with that rank order and the assignment. So as with Matt, there's a lot of factors that can be considered. We can certainly look at the elements of the offense or sentencing factors that relate to that sentence. And as you know, under the guidelines, we subcategorize offenses. So it's not always elements. It could be other factors that are considered. We look at the classification and statutory max. Is this a felony 1 or a felony 3? And for a drug offense, is this 15 years or 5 years? So, what is the maximum penalty that we're talking about? But the other really important factor is, what has the commission done before? The commission thought about a ranking before. So the rank order of offenses is a really helpful starting point as well. There's a lot of value in looking at how the commission ranked those and then sort of working within that footprint to do these new assignments. But, sometimes the data doesn't fit that. Sometimes the grading of the offenses doesn't fit that. So you're looking at a lot of these things and sort of trying to strike that balance. But the bottom line when we're thinking about seriousness is blameworthiness. So we're thinking about the harm caused or potentially caused, and we're thinking about the culpability of the offender. And those are values that heavily informed initial OGS assignments. So again, we're not starting with a blank slate. We're starting with guidelines that have been in place a long time, where a lot of commissions over the years have thought about these things and came up with the ranking they have. So it's helpful to think about that as our starting point. So when I was working on looking at chapters of offenses, I was looking at starting with the current OGS ranking, using that as an initial indicator, and then looking at other things like the data that we have, any of those anchor offenses, what came out of Matt's review when he looked at OGS assignments, the statutory max or the grade of the offense. So a lot of those other factors went into play. So So here's what we're going to do. We'll walk through 2 or 3 examples from sex offenses. And one of the things to think about is when you look at a list of offenses in a chapter, are there any anchor offenses? And if so, what grade do they have? What OGS do they have? How much do they or should they influence the other offenses in that list? Are they offenses with greater than or equal to 25 cases and within the standard range? Or are there a whole bunch of smaller offenses, smaller number offenses, but they're all sort of in the same direction? They're all in the same space. As Matt said, sometimes you sort of add these things together. So looking at all of that and trying to figure out how that would inform the assignment, the ranking of these. And then trying to figure out how you make it make sense. And I'll give you a couple examples. You'll see some of these offenses where you look at the elements of the crime, and one of the definitions or descriptions you have is a completed offense, and the other is a threat to that offense. Or a situation where the offense looks about the same, the label looks very similar, but one's an F3 and the other's an M1. Or you have offenses that look about the same, but the commission gave one an OGS 5 and the other one an OGS 6. So there's a lot of things like that you look at and you just try to sort of figure out what was going on here. So you dig a little deeper. And again, in some of these cases, there's just not an easy resolution. It doesn't quite fit. And even though we have a whole lot more levels, OGS assignments, every once in a while you wish you had 1 or 2 more because you just need like an extra space somewhere. So I'm just going to take you for a little tour of walking through a couple of these offenses, and hopefully you'll see the process that we went through, and then feel free to ask questions or engage in some discussion here. So here's a warning. I tried to be like Matt in referencing like the handouts that you have, like the OGS value citation order list of offenses. The problem is I had 2 or 3 different versions of this, and I can't be sure that the version I was using is the version you had. So I'd say put very little reliance. When I say pages 9 to 13, that's really possible, and then again, it might not be clear at all. So it might be a different version. So I'm just going to let you know that once we're done with this, we'll do one more sort of check of all this, and then we'll post the documents that maybe you'll have some more confidence in. But it'll look something like this little visual. It'll have a table like that. And as I said, for my purposes, I first ordered these by the current OGS assignment. Like, what did the commission do? This gets to sort of Representative Stevens' point, like, what's the current guidelines, and isn't part of our process just sort of narrowing the recommendation to some part of that standard range? And that's what we're doing in most of these cases. So it did make sense to me, start with the current OGS and look at that range, and then look at the data, look at the other stuff, and try to figure out what's the best fit for a new OGS. So we're going to look at Chapter 31, sexual offenses. And here's 3 or 4 offenses that I thought would be helpful to look at and maybe ask you some questions in terms of what decisions you would make. So the 4 offenses: rape, statutory sexual assault, IDSI, and indecent assault. So we'll start with rape. Again, maybe it's at pages 9 through 13. Can't be sure, but somewhere in your packet you'll find, section 3121 and the other offenses there. But here's the copy or the view of what I was working from. So this is a listing of all rape offenses that we had reported to us and included in the data. So 2, 4, 6, it looks like 8 separate types of rape offenses. They're all felony one offenses. But if you look at the OGS number, so this is about the fifth column, you'll see OGS current standard range. There's different assignments, 14, 13, 12. So the question is, why is that? And then how does that compare to what we would do in terms of assignment? And just as we're starting here, just keep going across the page, and you'll see under total, where it looks at the total number of cases, the top one had 105 cases. So that would be one of those anchor cases. We'd look at that and say, lots of sentences there. We would have confidence in that median sentence to serve as sort of an anchor. And if you keep looking down that column, you'll see about a little past halfway, there's one with 56 cases. So again, pretty solid numbers, and so another anchor that we can use. So just keep that in mind. We'll come back to that. So these are all the rape offenses. And the one I have highlighted now, the first line, is rape of a child, victim less than 13 years of age. So this is a tier 3 offense under Adam Walsh. It has a statutory max of 240, statutory limit of 240 months. So this is one of those super felonies, a statutory min of more than 10 years, statutory max of more than 20 years. And you can see the current OGS assignment is an OGS 14, which, as I said before, is really good at setting a base. We say the minimum sentence in the standard range should be at least 72 months. But then we say, but the minimum range could go up to the statutory limit, which is 240 months. So this is one of those examples of why there would never be a departure above the guidelines or an aggravated sentence, because you can't get there. Everything you can do above 72 months is in the standard range. So that's the offense we're talking about. When we looked at this and looked at the new matrix, and then looked at those 105 cases where the median is 96 months, we said, and Matt said when he did his review, this is an OGS 33, because the standard range for an OGS 33, the new category, is 90 to 102 months. And a 96-month median sentence fits right in the middle of that range. So that's like a really solid assignment. It sort of checks all the boxes. It checks on the data, it checks on the ranking, this is the top offense, all that kind of stuff. So we're solid with that. Not much thought has to go into that one. So let's look at the next category. So there's a whole bunch of these that are felony one offenses, typical felony ones. So the longest minimum sentence is 10 years, 120 months, longest maximum 20 years. These were all assigned or currently assigned OGS 13. So the current sentence recommendation is 60 to 78 months. And if you look at the three offenses and look at the data, you'll see very few cases. 2 cases, 1 case. So 5 cases total doesn't give you a lot of confidence that those numbers are great. I mean, you could have a bad case and someone get launched, and you could have a really, minor case to some degree and a low sentence. So, and if you look at those, 2 of them had 36-month minimum sentence medians, and keep in mind there's 2 offenses, so median is somewhere between the 2, or it's a common value. And then there was 1 case that had 90 months. So it doesn't tell you a whole lot. It just, but what we do have is we know what we assign them presently. We know what the current OGS is. And so it makes sense as sort of a default to fall back on that. So if the current range is 60 to 78 months, the OGS 29 has a range of 66 to 78, so it sort of fits within the current range. There's about a 6 months different at the lower end, so we're pushing it up a little bit, but it fits within the current standard range. Total overlap with the current standard range, just a bit narrower. And the other thing is there's a sense of proportionality, right? It's less than the 33 that we assigned to the super felony. So it just sort of falls in line. So, we don't have much data there, but we probably have confidence that something around that is right, and that the three of those probably get the same assignment. So, check the box, we're done with that one, I think. So now we're going to go to the third category. So this is felony 1, 120 month statutory limit. These are presently assigned in OGS 12. So that range is 48 to 66 months. And if you look over, we have one offense that's an anchor offense, right? So the top one there, 56 cases, and the median sentence is 60 months. So if you look at 60 months and you try to think about, well, what's the right fit for 60 months with the new guidelines, it would be a 27, right in the middle of the range, 54 to 66, 60 is right in the middle. Perfect fit. And it sort of makes sense in terms of that 12 to 27. So it fits the current guidelines, and it fits the new guidelines, and it fits the data. So it's really, at least for that first offense, it's like a perfect fit. It's great. And then the question is there anything about the other three that would make you change your mind? Because they're all grouped together now. They're all given an OGS 12. So does an OGS 27 make sense for the three of those? Well, there's nothing there that doesn't look like it. And although there's not big numbers, every one of the median sentences is 60 months. So, you wouldn't take it to the bank, but it's nice when it's all consistent like that. So we walk away from rape, from these OGS assignments, feeling sort of confident that this makes sense. Remember, my job was proportionality. So does the rank order make sense? Does it sort of fit together? And it seems to make sense that 33, 29, 27 makes sense. So here's the quick summary. So the super felony, currently a 14, there's the range, huge range, right? We're recommending 33 that basically captures the range, but it's hard not to capture the range with this one. But it gives a good, solid recommendation, and we had data that fit that. So, we have pretty good confidence that that's a good assignment. And it does what the rep was talking about, which is we're taking really wide ranges and sort of focusing them on a disposition and a duration, and then building ag and mid ranges around that. Okay, well, let me just keep going. So the next level then, felony 1, typical felony 1 and OGS 13. Again, we don't have much data, but the 29 seems to make sense. And you can see that comparing the ranges, they sort of fit together pretty well. The 66 to 78 fits within the 60 to 78 as far as the standard range. And then the final one, the OGS 12, 48 to 66, and the new one of 54 to 60, fits within the range, and as we said, the data fits too. So all in all, as they would say, easy peasy. This one, sort of makes sense and is probably a pretty good assignment. Now we just try to find more difficult cases, I guess. So here's the first one for you to think about in terms of a value judgment. At the start we talked about guidelines are sometimes descriptive. We're just using data and just making recommendations based on that. Or sometimes prescriptive is where you have to make a policy decision. You have to just choose among options because it's not crystal clear otherwise. So this is going to be one of those policy decisions. This is where you prescribe what you think is the right fit. So this is about IDSI, involuntary deviant sexual intercourse. Now, we talked about this at the last meeting, and we talked about it specifically about that sort of super felony IDSI. And here's why we talked about it. There's all of the IDSI offenses, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those. And you'll see at the top is, if you look at the statutory minimum, 240 months, then down to 120. So they're all felonies, but the top one's a super felony. And then when you get to the OGS 14 and 12. So those are the two values. So part of the job is, do those make sense? And are they proportional? Do they work well? So we'll start with that first one, which is the super felony. So it's a 14. It's assigned in OGS 14, just like rape. So this is IDSI of a child less than 13. And we talked about this in September, and the idea was we should treat them the same. Right now we give them the same assignment, but we should continue to do that because rape and IDSI is sort of a type of rape. There's not much distinguishing the two. And so in terms of blameworthiness, harm, things like that, it seems like they should be treated the same. Here's the issue, though. Keep going across and look at the total number of sentences, 78 sentences. So that's a pretty solid number. And then look at the medium sentence, it's 84 months. 84 months is less than, we would recommend maybe a 31 or 32 to capture 84 months. But for rape, we had selected 33 because remember, the rape median sentence was 96 months and it fit right in the middle of that 90 to 102. So the question is, from a proportionality point of view, we could think just about IDSI like a silo, and we could come up with nice and proportional sentences for IDSI. But if you think IDSI and rape are effectively the same offense for purposes of sentencing, then we should reconcile the difference. We should figure out whether we're going to go with 33 that we have for rape, or we go with 32 or 31 that we have for IDSI. So I'm not sure that there's a wrong answer. It's just, it's a policy choice, one or the other. So here's the information that I had on rape so that you could look at the two against each other. And I think I basically just said what's written there, but you'll see the different ranges and the 96 months versus 84 months. So, I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. So maybe we could just sort of have a brief discussion just about that. If you're looking at this and you're trying to think in terms of making sense of all of this, and you were just thinking about what you would do with IDSI and rape, based on pretty strong anchors for both of these offenses, is it better to give them a single assignment, or is it better to sort of honor the sentences being imposed for those that differ and giving them different assignments? Judge Marsico.
Yeah, Mark, I think, and we talked about it before, I think, from a victim's perspective, if the 9-year-old is vaginally raped as opposed to anally raped, to me, the sentence should be the same. And I'd go with the proposed 33. Because, I think that just makes sense. And that gives, and as you said before, there can't be an aggravated sentence because of the statutory max being the super felony, but there can be mitigation here, which we see, I guess, and even some below guideline sentences, in these situations. And again, and I don't want to repeat all the discussion we had last time, where plea agreements are made to spare the child from testifying, and you're going to have a mitigated or below guideline sentence a lot of times in those cases. So, my thought would be, it's not a huge difference between the the two. It's a year, but it's not like it's 5 years. I would go with the 90 to 102, and then a mitigated sentence, even on the IDSI, would still encompass that 84 median, right?
Right. No, and that's
the step.
Yep. And that's why I put the 33 assignment there for IDSI, even though it's higher than what it should be, because you're right. We discussed this last time, and it was just, I was putting it there to confirm that we heard you, and that would be the direction we would go. It would be sort of an override for IDSI, reflecting exactly that kind of stuff. So this is just sort of putting it before you, Judge Bernstein.
Yeah, I agree with Judge Marsico. They are, for all intents and purposes, the same crime if people who've dealt with sex crimes are familiar with the elements. And so I agree that we keep them consistent at the 33.
And Mark,
Okay.
if there's any case where you're going to bump up and do I always get the terms mixed up, I guess the prescriptive of the policy arguments, it's hard to argue against bumping it up when you're talking about rape or IDSI of a child. I think,
Absolutely.
across all political, the entire spectrum, you're not going to have much of an argument there.
Yep. Got it. Great. Well, that was just reinforcing. Well, I think it was showing you we heard you, and but also that it's good to hear consistency. So we're good there. So let's move to the next category for those IDSI offenses. So we took care of the super felony, but all of the other IDSIs are felony 1 offenses, 120 month statutory limit, and OGS 12 assignments. So here's, as many of you probably know, here's the reason why we only have these 2 assignments, 14 and 12, whereas for rape there were several of them that had 13s, and those 13s deal with rape when you drug the person or things like that. So it's almost like an enhancement. So it made sense the commission put those in between it at a 13. But at least in the IDSI statute, or at least in the cases that we have before us, we didn't have those particular subsections or those provisions to assign. So these are sort of clean assignments, and these are consistent with the same or sort of comparable offenses that involve rape. So it's sort of the same situation we had with the child less than 13. We have IDSI and rape, and we have comparable offenses. But if we look at this for IDSI, the first category is, again, it's like an anchor offense, right? There's 69 cases, and it has a median sentence of 54 months. So it would call for an assignment of 26. So 48 to 60 months, which would fit within the existing standard range. So it looks like that's a good fit. And since none of the other ones really stand out as different, I mean, you see the 120-month sentence, but there's one case like that. So it's not remarkable because there's only one case. So that's what we have there. But then keep in mind what we had with rape. We had a big number 1 for rape that we used as the sort of exemplar. And for the rape one, and I can't see my screen because there's something blocking it, but for rape, you can see at the bottom, there was, sorry about that. Here we go. There were 105 cases, and the median sentence was 96 months. So we have a competition again. We have rape and IDSI, where the exemplar for an assignment would be, I'm sorry, am I looking at the wrong one? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. There's 54 cases, 56 cases. This is for rape.
Just chime in. It's for forcible compulsion instead of an under 13-year victim.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was, Ryan just helped me to be able to see my screen, so I'm really happy for that, and I'll get back to business. So when we're looking at those 1, 2, 3, 4, those 5 cases for IDSI that are felony ones, and we're saying the exemplar for IDSI are those 69 cases with a 54-month median. The comparison is for rape, felony 1, 56 cases where the median there is 60 months. So once again, rape has a higher sentence recommendation than IDSI. And it's not by a lot. You know, it's by what, 4 or 6 months. But it makes a difference in terms of what OGS you would assign to it. Because as you can see, when we went through rape, it all made sense to give rape at 27, OGS 27, for all of those rape offenses. But if we were just looking at IDSI alone and looking at that anchor offense, we would say it should be OGS 26. That's a better fit. So the difference between OGS 27, hey Ryan, yeah. There you go, thank you. So the difference between OGS 27 and OGS 26 is a difference between 54 and 66 months, or 48 and 60 months as the standard range. So again, this would be a question for your consideration. You know, what makes sense? And look at the sort of perfect overlap there. The current guideline range, the standard range is 48 to 66. So IDSI sort of takes the bottom part of that range, you know, 40 to 48 to 60, and rape takes the upper part of that range, 54 to 66. So they both are squarely in the range. They just take different parts of the range. So again, if you sort of hold to the same rule that we adopted for the super felony, we could adopt the rape recommendation and apply it to IDSI. If that isn't as important in this case, you could have different recommendations for IDSI versus rape if you think there is a difference that should be reflected in the OGS. So you could assign different OGSs with justification. I think either of these would be proportional within that section of statute. The question is it proportional within the chapter? When IDSI and rape are seen as these sort of comparable offenses, is there value in giving the same OGS assignment to the two of them? And this is where we get to, right now, it wouldn't matter because they both fit within OGS 12. But when you're trying to narrow guidelines, now we have options, and both are pretty good options, but you are the policymaker, so that's why I laid it out in front of you.
Mark, didn't you just make an argument for staying with the guidelines we have and keeping broader ranges and fewer OGSs?
Well, no, I hope I didn't. I think I would say keeping the current guidelines would be easier. So from a staff point of view, you might have a case, but I think if our mission is to try to narrow the guidelines, be more directive, I think this would be the example of. I don't think either option is wrong because they both fit within the current range, but. The question is, should we treat IDSI and rape differently or the same?
Could you go back to the last screen?
The last screen? Yeah, sure.
So my thought is the forcible compulsion should definitely be the same.
Okay.
Force is force. And I'll ask the others to weigh in on, and the same thing with unconscious victim, mentally disabled. In fact, I thought the mentally disabled on the rape was low. And here, even though it's only one case, somebody jacked up somebody, on one of those, but whatever. I think those should track. The only place where I think it might make sense to keep it different is the first one that you have highlighted here, the IDSI, the victim less than 16 and the perpetrator greater than 4 years older. Sometimes there, at least in my experience, and I know Tim did these in the DA's office, is sometimes you'll have the 19-year-old offender, 15-year-old victim in those cases. There might, and there's no comparable provision in the rape statute. It becomes statute. You're talking about
Right.
sexual assault then. So
Right.
you're sort of comparing apples and oranges, I think, with the IDSI, what is it, A7, doesn't really track with rape. I think that tracks more statutory sexual assault in
Right.
some ways, or sexual assault. I forget what the provisions are on sexual assault. So that's just my thought, but I think the forcible compulsion, unconscious victim, mentally disabled should all track the rape.
Yeah. So the first one, number 147 would be retained at 26, and the next four would move up to 27.
I would definitely move the next four up to 27. I mean, I think you make an argument, you move that one up to 27 too, but I just to keep everything uniform then, but I don't know. That one's the one that I know always presents some issues. When you're dealing with young offenders. Now, it's a 40-year-old perpetrator and a 14-year-old victim, whole different story. But when you're talking about some of those 18, 14, 19, 15 type of things,
Sure.
that might be why that tracks a little bit lower descriptively.
Yeah. Judge Bernstein?
Yeah, so I would be interested to see what you do with it. It would be the statutory sexual assault where you have the age variance, but Judge Marsico hit on the fact that it really depends what the age variance is. And because, so I'd be curious to see what you do with statutory sexual assault, but just for those who are on the commission who don't deal with these crimes or are familiar with them, the statutory, the title is very different, but they're defined differently by the type of sexual act that occurs. So a rape is vaginal or anal penetration, and IDSI would be anal penetration or any oral type of defined sex act. And so for somebody who did a lot of these, I will guarantee you that for victims, they all have equal weight. So I weigh in on keeping them at the same, I think they have the same magnitude that the rape offenses do, and I think keep the same.
So to add to the discussion, I just happen to have the next slide of statutory sexual assault. So how about if I share this and then we continue the discussion? So for statutory sexual assault, there's three provisions, or at least three that we had reported. And if you look off to, towards the right, you'll see that all three could be considered anchor offenses, right? Because the first one is 71. So the first one's a felony 1 offense. It's 71 cases, and the median sentence is 18 months. The second one, a felony 2 offense, and that's the victim less than 16, person 8 to 11 years older. And there's 26 cases. That's a minimum of a median minimum of 11 and a half. And then the lowest one is the F2, with the also victim less than 16, but the person's 4 to 8 years older. And that was 195 cases with an 8-month median minimum. And those track the current guidelines. The current OGSs assigned to those are 9, 8, and 7. And so they sort of track the recommendations we would make for 20, 18, and 16. So I don't know if that informs in any way the discussion we just had about IDSI, but
Well-
that's the information we have on statutory sexual assault.
And Mark, I guess the one thing I said, the age difference tracks, but statutory sexual assault there's not an element of force or involuntary. Statutory sexual assault can be consensual activity. It usually is, that occurs, but it's the age difference that makes it the crime, as opposed to IDSI where it's involuntary, which
Right.
obviously is a
Yep.
huge difference.
Sure.
So in that sense, I think I agree. That we just have all the IDSIs track the rapes.
Judge Bernstein, your hand, is it still up or were you?
It's just still up, 'cause
Okay.
I didn't put the little clicker back down. Thanks.
Okay, well, no, it's nice seeing it. So, okay, so the recommendation then is for IDSI that all of these that are highlighted be moved from 16 to 17 to track the rape recommendations. And
27.
I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm looking at. Yeah, 26 to 27. And so that would be this choice between the two. The top one is the direction we'd go. That's great. On this statutory sexual assault, as I said, these sort of fit the footprint right now, so they're in line with what we would expect. I don't know if there's any comments or suggestions, but this again is one of those easy peasy ones. It just seems to fit on all measures. So we would just use this as anchors and build it into the mix. All right. So the final one we have then is indecent assault, section 3126, and I just provide this to show you, there's a lot of sections of indecent assault, and so I broke it out by grade. And in some cases, it all works. In a couple cases, there's some questions. So here are the F3 provisions of this offense of indecent assault. And the commission for the F3s consistently recommend presently an OGS 6. And so that has a standard range of 3 to 12 months. When we look over at the data, the anchor would be the bottom one with 71 cases, 11.5, which is right within the current standard range. And that would equate to an 18 under the new guidelines, a range of 9 to less than 12 instead of 3 to 12. And then the other offenses listed there, pretty small numbers. You have 18 for the one just above that provision, and that's at 10, which would also fit within the range. So you'd say these are pretty good matches, and the current OGS for all of these is 6. So it would make sense to consistently apply the same value to all of them of an 18. But an argument could be made, even though it's really small data, the small numbers, are that the top two, look a little bit different than the bottom two. But again, we would be relying on, 9 cases total, and I'm not sure that means much. But I wanted to bring this to your attention for F3 indecent assault. If you'd stick with the assignment of 18 for all, which is what we did for purpose of proportionality based on current assignments, or if you would make some changes to this. Well, maybe I'll rephrase it. Would there be any objections to keeping it at 18, the 18 that we're recommending for all 4 of those offenses? Okay, I'm going to take that as an affirmation. Silence is golden. So there are the recommendations at the bottom. Moving to the misdemeanor 1 provision. Again, this is indecent assault. For misdemeanor 1s, the commission presently consistently assigns an OGS 5 to those, which has a range of RS to 9. And as we look over at the anchor offenses, there's 2 of them, and they sort of split, right? So the first one at 62 offenses has a median sentence of 4, which for us would fit into the OGS 12 category, between 3 and 5 months as a standard range. And right below that, you'll see a case with 43 offenses, and that has a 3-month median, which would fit within the OGS 11 category of 2 to 4 months. And then if you look at the ones below that one, even though they're small numbers, the values are much lower, either probation or lower confinement, almost, 0.2 months of confinement. And if you look above the 62, you'll see, again, small numbers, although you have 16 in the top one, but those values are higher, 6 or 9 months. You could understand them fitting into the 12. But the question would be, is it worth considering this sort of dual assignment, half of these at a 12 and half of these at 11, or for consistency with the current guidelines, does it make sense to do them, all as one assignment or multiple assignments?
And one other piece of information, since I did some of these assignments, was there's a split here in the Megan Law tier for the ones that get the OGS 11 are tier 2, and the OGS 12s are tier 3. So that was another piece when I was making those distinctions of those assignments.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they're consistent. I think you're correct for the one with 62 cases. That's a 3. I think the rest of them are 2s, tier 2s versus tier 3s.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're right. The 62, the higher one, is a tier 3 offense, and that's one of the things that in looking at that for the sex offenses, it's pretty inconsistent. Generally there's sort of a break point for 3s. But 2s and 1s they sort of blend or overlap each other quite a bit. But that's a good point that Matt raised, that the 62, so the number 174 is a tier 3 Megan's Law offense.
Refresh my recollection. What's our aggravated mitigated when we're down at this level?
Sure. Down at the bottom, you'll see that for the current guidelines, RS to 9, it aggravates up to 12. And since RS is in the standard range, you can't go below that. So these recommendations, if we went with the 12, it would be a standard range of 3 to 5, mitigated down to 1 month, aggravate up to 7 months. If we went with an 11, it's 2 to 4 as the standard range. It mitigates down to 36 months of probation and aggravates up to 6 months of confinement. So the 11 sort of gives you that opportunity, using mitigated range, to change a disposition. Whereas at 12 and anything higher than that, it is you're sort of stuck with confinement. I mean, the recommendation would be limited to confinement.
So it's me.
Yeah.
So isn't the question, if we're going to split these, it's sort of, for lack of a better term, a morality-based decision, because it appears that when you look at the number of cases, there's decisions being made. We have the same range, but these three things are more bad than these three things. So are we going to do that, or are we going to say, for cohesiveness, keep it in one, and you can still make those types of decisions? And when you always can go outside the guidelines. I mean, I think I'm not giving an answer. I just think that, in my opinion, is what the question is for consistency and cohesiveness, we take the entire crime and we put it at 1 OGS, or do we say, and I'm not saying one's better, but one's, it's been clearly judged by what we're seeing in the data, that the top three have a bit more severity than the lower three, based both upon the Megan's Law assignments as well as what we're seeing across the board in sentencing. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I think it does, and I guess the things I just add for your thoughts is, the primary effort is to narrow and target the ranges, and picking one or the other or both will do that. So we're achieving that goal by any action you take. So that's first principles. We did okay on that one. I think the question is, if you think there is a meaningful difference between any of these, and we have two anchor offenses where you could make an argument that they're different, but they're modestly different. They're by a month in a median sentence, where the recommendation is only a month different. So we're not talking, major changes one way or the other with what you pick. But it does, like, as you said, there's something, we're seeing numbers that are different there, and they're pretty sizable numbers, so that different might be meaningful. But it won't matter. The thing about the 11 is it builds into the structure a probation option in mitigation, whereas the 12 does not. So if that's meaningful, either for all of them or for any of them, that's just a consideration.
So then, for what it's worth, if you're asking opinions, my opinion is we split them. Based on the data, and also based on the practicality of, there's probably a lot of times that would allow a negotiated plea to the same type of crime. Yeah. So anyways, since it doesn't impact tremendously, and there's no wrong answer, I think split them. That's my 2 cents.
No wrong answer. No, that makes a lot of sense, and I think we certainly could justify it. And any other thoughts?
I agree with Judge Bernstein.
All right, thank you, Judge Tucker.
Me too. It's Todd.
All right. Well, it sounds like we're all good. So we'll split those. The bottom three will have an assignment of 11, and the top three an assignment of 12. So great, thank you. So since we only have 18 minutes left before lunch, we're not going to dive deep into this, but I did want to just remind you that in the past we've talked about drug offenses and assignments for those. And so I just thought we'd briefly revisit that issue, not with a lot of data, but just sort of to remind you of the issues we looked at, and then maybe after lunch, if there's any interest, we can revisit that, or just any direction to staff on working through that. So last meeting we had a lot of discussion, really helpful discussion about PWID and specifically heroin. and any types of recommendations. And we talked, or at least staff provided information on a couple of things. One was certainly narrowing the ranges like we're trying to do in all of these cases, focusing on a single disposition in the standard range, whether it's confinement or probation. And also trying to sort of simplify the drug offenses in terms of the number of categories. And we tried to, I think we were putting out the concept of sort of low, medium, and high, or user, person selling, supporting habit, big dealer, and then maybe big, up the chain dealer. And I know that's not particularly a very satisfying or accurate kind of description, but we were trying to think of different ways of thinking about the quantities, because quantity itself isn't, the best proxy for this, but we were trying to get to some sense of seriousness or engagement or other things like that. So what we had talked about was, although at the bottom we did a breakout of sentences and conformity or confinement by specific weight categories for heroin, up in the tables, we tried to combine some of those together. So if you start at the bottom of the table, you'll see the heroin of less than 1 gram. And the data we had, there were a lot of cases, like 1,200 cases, right? And the median sentence was 4 months for less than 1 gram. So, the sort of the perfect fit for that in terms of the proposed guidelines was an OGS 12. And keep in mind that for that recommendation, just like under the current guidelines, there would be that mechanism for the trade-off of clinically prescribed treatment in lieu of incarceration, our level 3, level 4 provision. So when we're recommending confinement, there's also the option, as you'll see there, for restrictive conditions of probation, so treatment in lieu of confinement. You move up a step and you'll see we combined the 1 to less than 2, 2 to less than 5, 5 to less than gram into one category of 1 to less than 10 grams. And maybe that's going too far, maybe that's the wrong combination, but that's what we put there. And part of it was we were looking at other anchors, like other thresholds, the federal side, other things like that. We were looking at some of the packaging stuff in terms of, what are we talking about in terms of 10 grams. And so, again, it's your call on how we move forward on this. But if we combine those together into one to less than 10 grams of heroin, we had 396 offenses in that category. So it's a big, meaningful group. And the median sentence was 6 months, which is at the low end of an OGS 15. So there was discussion about, is 15 right? Should we go up to 16 or 17? Are there other things we should think about? But, clearly confinement. And then the question is it county jail confinement, and for how much, which is sort of what the data would suggest, or is there, I know there was some discussion about at what point is state prison appropriate or necessary in those cases. So I think that's where we probably don't have resolution, but I wanted to just point that out. If you look at just the conformity to the guidelines, you'll see that in both of those cases, more than half of the cases are in the standard range. So I know we talk a lot about negotiated pleas and other kind of stuff, and maybe that, as you look up, maybe that's more common with bigger quantities. But at least down at this level and up through like 50 grams, we're getting more than half of the cases in the standard range of the guidelines. So then the third category is the 10 to less than 50. And in our discussions, that would have been sort of the top tier of the typical sentences under the guidelines. So we would see that as a big dealer in terms of what we were dealing generally with under the guidelines. And that has 130 sentences with an average of 9 months. But I think, the recommendation was during our discussions that from a policy point of view, from other points of view, that the recommendation would be modified to increase the recommendation for that type of offender. So while 9 was the median sentence, you'll see the sentence recommendation at 19 is 12 to 18 months as the standard range, which means a state prison recommendation rather than a county jail recommendation if we're focusing on a given disposition. And then the final categories, greater than or 50 grams and greater, you'll see we have them broken out, but and under the current guidelines, it's 13, 11, and 10, but we're basically just seeing them collectively as a 22, which is a 24 to 30 month minimum sentence recommendation, which is way above what the median sentences are. But this may be that kind of case where the Stevens rule comes into play, that if you look at the standard range, these are less than 50%. So these would be the kind of cases where the adjustment is because the sentences are in the mitigated or departure below area, and we'd be adjusting that because we recognize that there would be negotiations or adjustments that would be taken into account. So that's at least what we had built as recommendations, and I think we talked about that quite a bit last time. So I just wanted to just revisit that so that you had it, and certainly we can discuss it as you'd like. But at some point, staff can work between now and the December meeting to try to pull together a whole report just about A30 and PWID and try to think holistically about that. But we wanted to just return to this in case there were other thoughts or suggestions we should be looking at.
Mark, does fentanyl track the heroin, or is it different?
Say that again, Judge?
Does fentanyl track heroin, or is it different?
It's different. It starts at it's 3 steps higher than heroin. So
Okay.
I think we use the same weight categories, but we have a 3-step increase.
Gotcha. Okay.
Except for the lowest.
We went up 3, but came down 1. So
Oh yeah, we came down 1 on the less than 1 gram from, I think it was
9 to an 8.
9 to an 8 to allow both county and state sentences and the use of treatment. Representative Krajewski?
Yes, thanks, Mark. You had mentioned at the top of these slides, as part of the conversation, also discussion around probation and mandated treatment for charges.
Yep.
I guess I'm curious, is that just because I'm looking at the slides, it's just data about confinement. Is that within the potential sentencing range for any of these charges, or for PWID, are you currently just looking at confinement as part of the range?
Treatment is part of it. If you look at the lower 2 categories, the less than 1 gram and the 1 to less than 10 grams, you'll see the 6 to 8 months and the 3 to 5 months. And then the RC next to that is restrictive conditions of probation. And so in the current guidelines, we have for presumptive county jail sentences and even some state prison sentences, the guidelines build in this mechanism where, with a clinical recommendation, basically an assessment and clinical recommendation, there can be a trade-off of confinement with clinically prescribed treatment. And in fact, there's funding from the state to counties to help support those treatment beds.
I see. All right. So RC, I missed that. Thanks for pointing it out.
Yep.
I think just
No
similar
problem.
to the question that I had raised earlier, I think I would, as part of this conversation about confinement versus treatment, I'd be pretty interested in a data breakdown around that, around what
Mhm.
have we seen in terms of trends for offenders that have been recommended to mandated treatment versus confinement. Because I think that
Mhm.
would also lend us a lot of evidence and data to work with around those two options.
Sure. Just as a real quick reference, in our annual report, we provide information on like a summary of sentences imposed. And in there, we have general information on drug offenses. So it's not just drug dependency, but it's like A30 and other kind of drug offenses. But then we have a specific section that looks at drug sentences. So just looks at those kind of offenses and sort of the breakout. So the information looks both at conformity to the guidelines, are they inside and outside of the guidelines, but also looks at the sentences being imposed for those kind of cases. And so I'm trying to see if I can find it real quickly, but there's the real key to this would be here it is. It's table 9 of our annual report, but we break out the type of drug and the quantity. But I think importantly for your point would be for county intermediate punishment, which was what the term of restrictive probation was. And in 2019, about 4% of the cases received county IP of all drug cases. So that's that's a fairly small percent, but in comparison, DUI. About, I think, 10 to 15% of DUI cases get treatment as an alternative to incarceration. So we can look more at that, but that's some preliminary information if you wanted to check our annual report.
Yeah, I would. Where can I find that? Did you send that?
We have it online, but we'll
online. Okay.
Yeah, we'll send you a link to it and also a hard copy. You'll get a really nice shiny copy just like this. And we'll be hopefully in the next month. I know, stay by your mailbox. So within the next month, we hope to get out the 2020 annual report. So we'll have updated information for you. But we'll look into
thanks for sharing
the
that
treatment issue. Sure, we'll look into the treatment stuff and drug sentences for the December meeting.
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, just in seeing that, I mean, that's what a 3 to 4 times difference in terms of the two, and they're both obviously addiction issues. So I think applying a similar lens rather would be helpful.
Yeah, and I don't want to like oversimplify this because one of the reasons why we know about the DUI issue is there are mandatory minimums in place and there are prescribed restrictive conditions or county IP programs that can be used in lieu of the mandatory, and many of those are treatment related. So that's why the CIP numbers for DUI are substantially higher than drugs. But nonetheless, for the drugs, it doesn't have to be a restrictive condition. It could be a condition of parole. It could be, probation without restrictive conditions. It could have been treatment prior to, as part of a negotiated plea. So there's a lot of, you're right, there's a lot of use of treatment, and maybe there will be more as we collect the data.
That sounds good. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. You bet. I think that's about all we were going to cover. We are 3 minutes away from noon, so I hate to waste the time, not talking about sentencing guidelines and that. But if there are no questions or comments, we could break and resume around 1 o'clock.
Mark, the only thing is I just still I don't know if the 1 to 10 is a good grouping. If I break that up 1 to 5 and then 5 to 10, I don't know. I'm just spoke too much about the last meeting, but I'll just leave it at that.
No, helpful stuff. It's, one of the things I get that point, and I guess one of the things we were trying to think about is, is there any other kind of, like, could the lowest category be, less than 5? Or is that too broad a lower category?
I think that's
I'm just negotiating,
Yeah, I just know, again, a gram of heroin is a significant amount, but it could be user/dealer. When you're approaching 8, 9, 10 grams, I don't know. I just don't see that being many users that have that much heroin in place. And, but just, yeah, I mean, I think you're getting closer to where I'd like to be. I'd probably still up it if it were up to me, but it is what it is. So good work.
Okay. Thank you. And after lunch, we're going to be talking about adjustments and enhancements, but that's also, I think that's one of the things that we're really interested in hearing your thoughts. As we look through aggravated and mitigated reasons for sentences, there's a lot of stuff like negotiated plea that doesn't really help us to understand things, but we're aware of, treatment and other kinds of things that are used as reasons for mitigation. And so when we're talking about PWID and thinking about these recommendations, part of it is the weight categories and things like that, and the OGS assignments for those. But part of it is also what kind of adjustments should be built in for those types of offenses. Because we've talked about one of the built-ins is repeat offending, like patterns of behavior. And the thing is that aside from prior record score, I think one of the proposals we're making from the strategic planning work group is to build into the guidelines a step up or 1 or 2 step ups that are based to sort of pattern of behavior, like repeat drug offenses or other things like that. So there could be built in sort of an aggravator, a standard kind of step up for repeat offending, and equally we'd like to see what is appropriate in the other direction. I mean, we've talked about things like substantial assistance and other things like that, but trying to sort of figure out for drug offenses what adjustments seem appropriate that are regular and typical and used a lot to sort of codify them a bit, because that may help us to better understand what the right assignments are. Because if you have cases that, for the cases that you'd want to mitigate, we build in an adjustment that might bring down a recommendation that otherwise looks a little high. And the other, for those kind of repeat offenders that you think there should be sort of a tax in terms of continuing drug use, we've envisioned a step up. So we can talk about that after lunch, but it would be really helpful for ideas related to drug offenders, because that might help us think more about these assignments.
So we're back on, and we are continuing our discussion from this morning. We're discussing OGS, and eventually perhaps we're going to get to other matters. But right now, I think we're starting with adjustments and enhancements. And just so the group knows, I have to step off for one hearing, and then I'll be back and present for the rest of the afternoon. So I'll turn it over to the executive director. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Judge, and good afternoon, everyone. We spent the morning talking about offense gravity score assignments, and we sort of broke it into 2 parts. One part was talking about efforts to review some 2,000 individual offenses and use the data we have and the preliminary assignments to sort of focus on uniformity, that for each OGS assignment that we're recommending, all of the offenses with that assignment sort of stick together, that they sort of make sense. So Matt spent a lot of time talking about the procedures we went through to prepare and to sort of start going through the documents that way. And then I followed up to talk more about a proportionality approach where we looked at sections of statute, or rather chapters of statute, specifically the sexual offenses chapter, and just looked at all of the preliminary assignments we had for all of those offenses that are sort of related offenses, and tried to look at whether they sort of stuck together, if they made sense in terms of the appropriate level of the sentence recommendation relative to the seriousness of the offense, and sort of a continuum of sanctions or recommendations based on seriousness. And so that gave us an opportunity to then identify just, a handful of offenses that just didn't quite fit one category or the other. It's a close call, and there were some judgment calls. And we knew from the start that, the commission's, I guess, being paid to make those kind of decisions, right? The idea of when there's close calls or when things are in conflict, just making a policy decision about the direction. So the takeaway from this morning was we identified several offenses related to IDSI that the commission decided to sort of adopt the rape-related recommendations for those offenses, and that will provide consistency. And then for other sexual offenses, some sort of multiple assignments as compared to the current OGS, because we have more discretion, tighter ranges. In some of the OGS assignments we have now, we were able to split them into multiple assignments. So that was helpful. We also talked about some of the concerns about how do we deal with those offenses where there may be a lot of sentences reported, but the majority of the sentences are outside of the standard range of the guidelines and generally below the guidelines. So what's the approach we should take in assigning offense gravity scores for that? And the sort of the preliminary, well, we've gone, I guess, full circle on this. We started by saying we'd make an adjustment of one OGS step to accommodate that, to take into account that there would be adjustments or other kind of factors that would be built in that would lead to a reduction in the sentence, a mitigated sentence. And then as staff, as we were working on preparing materials, had recommended we increase that to 2 steps. And now I think we're back to 1 step. So we'll continue to look at this and prepare materials for our December meeting. But those were I think the action items or the takeaways so far. And then there was discussion of types of information that would be helpful for future decision making. Some of that is related to drug-related offenses, knowing more about the sentences and things like recidivism for those sentences, knowing more about the use of treatment presently. So trying to, drug offenses represent a pretty big chunk of our agenda. It's about 20 or 25% of the cases that the commission receives. And so coming up with really thoughtful plans and OGS assignments for drug-related offenses, and especially PWID, is helpful. So we'll work on that and provide some more information for the December meeting. So there's plenty of other stuff we talked about, but I think those were some of the highlights. This afternoon, we hope to address 2 topics, and this first one I think will be fairly brief because we're early in the process, but we've talked about this before, and we wanted to sort of start the discussion and do some more work between now and December to try to refine what might be part of guidelines in the future. And that has to deal with adjustments and enhancements. The other topic we want to talk about today is returning to prior record score. And Matt will spend some time providing more details as follow-up from our discussions during the September meeting. I think, a lot of things are coming together on the prior record score policies, and at least in the development of it for your review. And so I think that will be helpful, and I think I hope we can answer your questions or get a sense of what direction we're going for to prepare for the December meeting. So with that, let's talk about adjustments and enhancements. So the little tagline I have here is standardizing common departures and simplifying statutory enhancements. So the idea is to keep in mind these two categories of reasons for sentences outside what is typically the standard range. One of them is because of factors that are identified by the court. And going back in time, we've been working on these guidelines since 2014, I think. But one of the common things we heard was it would be helpful to have to identify some common reasons for sentences outside of the standard range of the guidelines. And to the degree that they're common and they're sort of concrete, they're able to be objectively identified, and the court can make a determination on them as the court does on other sentencing factors. It would be helpful to document those and use those as part of the structure. Instead of requiring the court to depart from the guidelines because of a given factor and state the reason on the record, there may be some common ones that as part of a negotiated plea or as part of the court's determination would be built into the guidelines. So in effect, it would be a standard range sentence that takes into account a factor that's calculated into the guidelines. In effect, an adjustment of the base OGS assignment. So that was the concept that we've been sort of working on. If you've worked with the federal sentencing guidelines, a lot to say about the federal sentencing guidelines, but one thing that they do is they have this mechanism where they have a baseline assignment, and then there are certain factors that are used to adjust that assignment. And so the discussions we've had since 2014, although no one wants federal guidelines, there was a sense that there is some benefit to having that kind of structure built into our guidelines, especially if we have more offense gravity scores, that there's more of a stair-step kind of approach to OGS assignments, building in some limited but common factors so that all the parties are aware of it. It's transparent, and you have confidence that adjustment in the sentence or in the guidelines is going to occur. Seem to have support from a lot of people, from defense and prosecution, from judges and others. So we wanted to at least make sure it's part of our discussions and see if we can build it into this set of guidelines. So that's going to be the first part of our discussion about adjustments. What are those factors, and how do we standardize that to address common reasons for departures? But the other half of the equation is about enhancements. And as some of you know, if you've been with the commission for more than a day, we have a lot of enhancements that we're required to build into the guidelines. I mean, something like 20 statutory requirements that the commission is supposed to create an enhancement in the sentencing guidelines to address one or more factors that the court determines at sentencing. And so, I think these can be very helpful, but on the other hand, they add a lot of complication to the commission, and especially in cases where there are multiple layers to the enhancement. There's two or three things in play, and it's one or more of these options do one or more things. It gets complicated. So we thought that during this process, we'd also like to try to look at this new matrix, this idea of a step up, step down, and try to use that, try to leverage that to address sentencing enhancements. Maybe we can't do it all through that, but at least for offense-specific enhancements, it seems we should be able to subcategorize an offense or build some factors in to a determination by the court about what the sentence recommendation would be relative to that enhancement. So, so the enhancements is all about coming up with a simplified way of incorporating or considering those kind of factors as part of the guidelines. And I think in both of these cases, we want to make sure that that this is to some degree automated, that we can take advantage of building this into our web application, and we can pretty simply deploy it. And so you can almost think of a checkoff list where there's a list of enhancements that might apply to a given offense or a given circumstance, and you identify the ones that apply, and the application will then calculate what the adjustment is to the base OGS assignment. And then that would calculate in or take into account any kind of adjustment factors, but also any enhancement that would apply. So I went through that explanation just to say at a high level, that's what we're trying to do. But, you know, the devil's in the details. So we wanted to at least start with what we've gathered since 2014 from discussions, and then sort of open it up and look for any kind of direction on how we go. And I think this hits two areas. One is, like, what are the factors? And then the second is, how do you weigh them? What is the weighting of them? Is it one step? Is it two steps? Is, you know, how do you do that? So let me get started on just a little bit of background. So as I said, back in 2014 to 2016, the commission impaneled a large group of practitioners from across the Commonwealth, 35, 40 people. We met for a couple of years, and the mandate to the group was, if you're going to start all over again, if you're going to build sentencing guidelines, what would they look like? And we had a lot of thoughtful comments. I think Judge Marsico and maybe some of the others on this call participated in the strategic planning work group. But it was a really, I thought, a really impressive effort, and we came up with a lot of recommendations, or the group did, that we're continuing to work through to this day. And so one of the things that's written here is the recommendation about having adjustments. So I'm just going to read this quickly. The offender-based adjustments are new and apply to a limited number of objective factors, often considered as aggravating or mitigating circumstances under the current guidelines. The decision to include these in the framework represents an effort to add transparency and certainty to the consideration of common factors and an attempt to give these factors consistent weight. So we're not like making up things to like just add to the complexity. The idea is these are in play already. And let's see if we could capture some of them and build them into the structure of the guidelines so that there is more consistency and transparency. You know, one of the concerns the commission has always had is that, you know, judges are asked to provide reasons for mitigated or aggravated sentences or departures from the guidelines. And every year in our annual report, we publish the information, the reasons that are provided. So we have, you know, a page in the annual report for departures above and one for departures below. And in 2019, for departures above, there were 1,850 reasons provided. And we came up with categories for those reasons, like offense-related, recommendations of one of the parties, offender-related, victim-related, or other. But, you know, you look at, like, where are the big numbers, and a lot of times there's not a lot of information we can work with. You know, we know that sometimes mitigation or aggravation occurs because there are individual factors about the offense or about the offender that come into play, and it's part of individualizing sentencing. But there are also plenty of times when the reason we see is negotiated plea, or, you know, it made sense or something. And you know, it's a reason, I guess, but it's not very helpful in us thinking about how do we make the guidelines better and fairer and more uniform. So So this is an effort to try to identify what are some factors that you think are common and appropriate to build into the structure. And then it sort of takes those off the table as aggravating and mitigating factors because it's codified and you get, the court makes a determination on it, it's there or it's not. And then the court can consider, any other kind of factors, but let's see if there's some, what's the low-hanging fruit? What are the reasons that might be most common? So from the strategic planning work group, they suggested a handful of adjustments that they thought were worth considering. And some of these we stole from the feds, but even identifying these, there's a lot of details we'll have to talk through. But for instance, in terms of downward departures, where the benefit would be to the defendant, it would be the idea of reducing the recommendation because of positive things. One thing that was identified was acceptance of responsibility. And another thing from the federal side was substantial assistance. And at the time, the work group said, well, I think acceptance of responsibility can be worth a lot. Maybe that's the reason for, maybe a plea agreement is an acceptance of responsibility. Maybe other things are. Maybe it's sort of, we don't want to punish someone for going to trial, but someone agreeing to plead guilty is sometimes seen as that acceptance of responsibility. So whatever the case, the work group thought that those were two factors, and they thought, it's worth a step or two or even three, but it probably depends on the circumstances and that. So we'd have to talk about, what are the definitions that we use and who makes the determination? Well, the court makes the determination, but, is the court doing it, basically by a review of the case, or is the prosecutor or defense like putting forth a motion? So, some of those kind of things we could certainly have to talk about. In terms of upward adjustments, when would you increase the sentence recommendation? The two that were most commonly discussed was one in terms of a course of conduct. So think about someone who continually is coming back into court on burglaries or drug charges or other things like that. Right now, we pack up the prior record score, and we've talked about that. And part of this aim is to really reduce the prior record score. But aside from someone being a repeat offender, the notion here was someone's repeating the same offense. There's something different about that sort of pattern of behavior, or pattern of offense. And so the recommendation or suggestion was maybe there should be an increase, maybe a one-step increase in the offense gravity score for that pattern of behavior. So it's separate from prior record score. It's this continuing course of conduct. So that's a suggestion. The other suggestion that gained a lot of support was about repeat victimization. If someone is continuing, whether it's domestic abuse or assaults or violent offenses or whatever, the idea of repeated victimization. So again, the commission, if it would decide to plug this in, could decide how much weight, or are there different circumstances that lead to that. But the idea of repeated victimization seemed to gather support in terms of something that was common enough and important enough and could be determined by the court to build into this kind of structure. So those are four examples, two up, two down, that the group came up with. The group also discussed a couple of other things, and I haven't placed them on the list, or at least one of them, because to some degree we want to think sort of contextually, or look at the big picture and all of our responsibilities when we think about this. Because one of the recommendations, it's a component that's used in other sentencing guideline states, is if a person is under supervision at the time of the offense. So, should there be an upward adjustment, say 1 point, if at the time of the offense, the person's on probation or pretrial supervision or or parole or, some other thing like that, that they're under the supervision of the court and they're committing a crime. But here's the concern. The commission is also doing probation revocation guidelines and parole guidelines and recommitment ranges. And most of those require that we take into account some of those same factors. So it feels like a double hit if we're doing it at sentencing and we're doing it at these other stages in the system. So while I think it's a really thoughtful and important suggestion, I think there is a concern about how do you balance it, and maybe the better approach, since we have to do parole guidelines, since we have to do recommitment and resentencing guidelines, that we make sure that we address it there and not in both parts. So that's one example of a factor that has been discussed but isn't on this list. But don't worry, because we found other things to put on the list. And so the first thing listed, and many of these could be ways of adjusting the offense gravity score. So maybe it's not adding points, but when we're coming up with OGS assignments, we build this in as like rules of the road. So for instance, under the current guidelines, we have a sort of a policy that says if this is a felony 1 offense and it's an inchoate offense, it's assigned an OGS 1 point less than a completed offense. So we generally have a policy that tracks that. Now, some offenses are harder than others to apply that to, especially when like an attempt is built into the statute itself as an element. But for the most part, we have this 1 point discount. And it goes back in time. Some of you will recall that there was a time when inchoates to felony 1 offenses were felony 2s. And so it made sense that there would be a 1 point discount in the OGS assignment. But then the General Assembly changed that, removed that, so now inchoates have the same grade as completed offenses, but the commission decided to retain that 1-step decrease when we're doing assignments. So again, that could be something that we just build into the rules that we're using right now as we're doing these new assignments. And then you don't have to have it built into some kind of adjustment at sentencing. But either way, the idea of having a consistent rule about how we deal with inchoates, attempt, solicitation, and conspiracy, seems to make a lot of sense, and it adds to the proportionality of sentencing. So that's one issue. The other issue, and we talked about this a little bit last time when we talked about drug offenses, is, and this gets to that concept of a pattern of behavior or repeat offending, is when there's an offense that increases in grade because of a second or subsequent offense. And so you can see that with certainly drug trafficking. The statutory max doubles for a second or subsequent drug offense. We see it with retail theft, not just for a first or second, but beyond that. And we see it with some other offenses as well, DUI and so forth, where subsequent offenses have an impact and increase the statutory grade or classification of the base offense. So, in those kind of circumstances, it seems to me we could have a policy about how much that counts. Like, if the grade increases because of second or subsequent offenses, like what's our rule for that? Is it a 1-step increase or a 2-step increase? Should there just be, that we acknowledge that that's there, that the offense is more serious, it has a higher classification, but the elements of the offense are the same except for the prior conviction for that. So, we have informally built that into our guidelines. So for offenses like retail theft or others where there's this escalating classification of the crime, we build in higher OGSs for those offenses. But if you look at drug trafficking, if you look at PWID, we don't have different recommendations for first-time versus second or subsequent. We don't have a different recommendation for 5 grams of cocaine if it's a first offense versus a second offense. But in those cases, for a second offense, the statutory max is double. So one of the suggestions was we should look sort of holistically at this and just, what is our policy about that kind of increased grade because of prior conviction? And, and maybe we just build in a rule about 1-step or 2-step increase. And one of the suggestions was, if you have a course of conduct, but it doesn't result in an increase in the grade, it's 1 step. But if there is a change in the grade, it's 2 steps. But that's it just locks it in. It's just that, instead of assigning this an OGS 16, we assign an OGS 18 because it's a second or subsequent offense. And then that's taken off the table. That's the pattern of behavior enhancement. It's separate from prior record score, but it's about this continuing course of conduct that could lead to a grade increase or to just an enhancement or adjustment. So again, nothing's written in stone. These are just ideas that have been discussed about concrete, objective factors that are commonly used as reasons for aggravation or mitigation that we consider in sort of building the guidelines or the assigning the offense gravity score. So you'll see 2 others listed there for OGS assignment. One is ethnic intimidation. I think you know that ethnic intimidation is always connected to an object offense. So you commit that offense with the racial intent or whatever else. The rule is that effectively the object offense merges into ethnic intimidation, which is ethnic intimidation to that offense, and then the grading of the offense is 1 step higher than the object offense. And what the commission does is give it a 1-step increase in the offense gravity score. So we already have a rule in place for that, and we could retain that rule, 1-step increase. We could think about a 2-step increase. It really just depends on what you think is the appropriate increment and how we use that. The same applies to terrorism and eco-terrorism. They're structured the same way. You have an object offense and you have terrorism to that. So everything sort of increases 1 step, the OGS and the classification. So those are sort of straightforward. Those are like rules that we could apply in assigning offense gravity scores. So the devil in the details is what is it? Is it always 1 step? Is it 2 steps? What is it? And we can work out sort of scenarios related to that and help you wrestle with what the right approach would be. The second category listed then is sentencing enhancements. So these are the often enhancements or mandates from the General Assembly, but once in a while they're sort of made up by the Commission. So the first 2 have been with the Commission since the start or early on. The deadly weapon enhancement has always been part of the Commission's guidelines, and we generally we have 2 separate enhancements. One if the weapon is possessed, the other if the weapon is used. And so one thought about that is if we were going to just build this in as a general enhancement in that step process that we talked about, one of those, the lower one, the possession, would be worth 1 or 2 steps, and the used would be worth 2 or 3 steps. So it would just be the adjustment, and it would take the place of having a separate matrix or separate range. It would just be a point that's added or subtracted. We have the drug enhancement too. So this is the drugs to minors, drugs in a school zone, drugs to minors in a school zone. And, not too long ago, we sort of flipped the order of these. So right now, the lowest level is drugs in a school zone, the mid-level is drugs to minors, and the third level is drugs to minors in a school zone. And so that sort of lends itself to 1, 2, or 3 steps, unless you think, that's too much or not clear enough or whatever. But that was sort of envisioned as a three-step approach. And then the final two listed are legislative mandates, but we have added to it a bit. One is the criminal gang involvement. So it involves an array of offenses, especially crimes of violence and I think drug trafficking. And it's just when there's criminal and gang involvement related to that offense, there's this enhancement that we have to build into the guidelines. So again, that could be a step or two-step increase because it deals with a lot of offenses. It's not a specific offense. We have to have sort of a general policy, almost like a checkbox. And that's why these adjustments, it might work well for that. And then the final one is domestic violence. And this is, just presently, it's a one-step increase, a one OGS increase around domestic violence. And then we have a separate issue that's a statutory requirement about minors being sort of in the presence of domestic violence and recommendations related to that. So that's sort of the first phase. These are things that, we can look at building into the guidelines or adding to the adjustment checklist. And this could be something that could be, done in an automated way, certainly, but it could help to sort of streamline how all these things work and also codify, provide us with better information, more transparency about when these factors are in play. So that's sort of the rundown of that. The final thing I'll share with you is this list, and this gets to offense-specific enhancements. So again, the General Assembly mandating the Commission to create enhancements for certain factors being present when there's a conviction for these offenses. And this is, the boiled down list, but it's pretty tedious, a lot of details, and there's a lot of them. But these are, these may be able to be handled through assignment or subcategorization, something like that, because they're offense specific. They address a specific offense. So for instance, the burglary, the enhancement there is for the home invasion burglary. So we already build that into our guidelines. We give home invasion burglary an assignment one step higher than burglary of a house person present, which is one step higher than burglary of a house not person present, and so forth. So we can sort of check off that enhancement just by creating different OGS assignments. Same with robbery of a motor vehicle. It's effectively just another type of robbery from the view of the Commission. So it's just a different assignment for that robbery involving a motor vehicle than for others. So a lot of these, we might be able to do that. When we get to sexual abuse of children, that's child pornography. And if you look at that requirement, that statute or that mandate for an enhancement, it's pretty complicated. There's a lot of moving parts, and it's really important. But knowing the number of images and whether the image was showing certain types of behavior and other stuff like that, I think we can do it through assignments and subcategorization, but there may be a need to have also a checkoff to accommodate all the things that are in play. So I'm not going to go into detail on all of these, but you get the idea. We have a lot of these to do, and so I just wanted to sort of bring a close to the discussion of these kind of enhancements or adjustments, just to see if there's any others that we should be considering, if there's thoughts about it. I'll give you one quick example. If you pick up on Matt's case, he had an example with an offense gravity score 22, prior record score 0 or none, and the standard range for that is 24 to 30 months. And an example that fits that is one of the drug offenses we talked about this morning, PWID heroin, 50 to less than 100 grams. So there's the standard range, 24 24 to 30 months. That would be the starting point if the commission adopted it for heroin 52 less than 100 grams. So for that type of offense, you could see, or you could imagine a number of adjustments that might apply that we talked about. So maybe the person had an acceptance of responsibility. Maybe the DA thought, the person agreed to a guilty plea and just help move the case along, things like that. Maybe that's an example of acceptance of responsibility. So whether it's 2 points or 1 point or up to 2 points, some nature of that could be a deduction in the OGS assignment. Substantial assistance. Again, we hear about this a lot in drug cases, especially, people that are further up the chain. But, DAs during our group talked about perhaps up to a 3-step adjustment for that. But then on the other side of the equation, you have the drug delivery enhancements we talked about, 1, 2, or 3 points, depending on, where you're selling drugs or to whom. Or that repeat drug offense, if it's an increase in statutory grade, we'd adjust the OGS by 2, or if it was just a course of conduct, maybe adjust by 1. So those are just examples, and so you could just sort of easily, if you said, oh, the only thing was acceptance of responsibility, well then it drops the OGS from 22 to 20, and it reduces the standard range from 24 to 30 to 16 to 22. And one of the things that is helpful in this kind of approach is, if you think about our web application, a user is in the application, they're identifying the sentence recommendation, and there could just be an individualized list for that offense of anything that could apply. And you just basically check the boxes that apply, and then it would recalculate the OGS and provide the recommendation based on that. And what would be really helpful about this is then we're capturing information on what are the reasons for this kind of sentence. So it helps us to analyze that, to think about some of the issues Judge Tucker and others raised about why are these sentences below, or what is happening, getting better reasons for sentences. And again, this can be focused on just common reasons that are easy to articulate. It could be those enhancements, but it would just really streamline the process and give us better information, and that can be used to think about modifications of guidelines. So just a brief example there, but I'm just going to turn it back to the judge in case there's any discussions or comments, suggestions of what to look at. We looked at the aggravated and mitigated ranges, and I'll put in a plug for the annual report, which I'm sure is next to your bedside, but tables 2 and 3 in the annual report provide the list of reasons we have for departures. And some of them are really thoughtful, and some of them you can see would be very offense specific or offender specific, and that's probably best left to courts using as an aggravating or mitigating circumstance. But I think you'll see others that you could see it being a category or something that you could build into this adjustment thing, because it's common. You could define it clearly. The court could make a determination. So with that, I'll just turn it over in case there's thoughts of how we do this, if we do this, and any kind of suggested factors we should consider.
Okay, so I don't have the hand raising function, but if anybody has comment or input or thoughts, Mark, are you able to see when they raise their hand?
We can. We have the magic
so
of
go ahead and
Ryan and Christy.
click the raise the hand button, and if you can let me know who's addressing, we can.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any hands right now, but
Okay. Anybody who is not raising, who doesn't know where that button is, if you want to unmute, and you can do so at this time as well. So I'm not noting any voices, and you're not noting any hand raising.
right. And that's fine, and we'll continue to work through this. I guess, if there are no objections, we'll continue on this path and try to, as we're doing other refinements and building on what we've discussed today, we can try to come up with a much more, detailed proposal that we bring to you in December. But we do see this as an important part of new guidelines. This adjustment, we think it's sort of it's complementary to what we're doing with the changing of the ranges and other kind of factors. Sort of, it feels a little mechanical, but I think you can see that it could be really helpful in a lot of ways. And the thing that struck me from the discussions with the strategic planning work group was the sense of confidence in negotiated pleas or in the nature of the sentence, that there was just more assuredness that, or confidence that you sort of knew what you were getting, that it wasn't, it was just a little bit more structured, or a little bit more, you would know what factors are in play. So that was one thing that I thought was helpful and interesting, and we think it would be great. And as I said, I think the other side of the equation is ease of application, especially through our web application, and the better quality of data we get in terms of what's happening and why. And I think that is a really good feedback mechanism for the guidelines themselves. Okay, well, what we'll do is, we'll continue to work on it. If you have any ideas, feel free to call or email, but we'll work through it and bring you an update during the December meeting. I think unless there's any other questions, I think we're going to reserve the rest of the meeting to a discussion of the prior record score. Matt picking up on earlier discussions, and again, I think you'll appreciate that although we're doing a lot to reduce the impact of the prior record score, and that's really a huge goal, it is not by itself. I mean, we are talking about other things in terms of patterns of behavior and things like that to some degree address the more egregious concerns about prior record score, especially for reducing from 9 or 10-fold to 2-fold. There may be some cases where there was concern that we're going too far, and I think having these other factors built into the OGS assignment could not totally offset, but could address some of those concerns. So I hope you think of it as sort of a whole and not just each individual part. So with that, back to Matt.
All right, great. So obviously we're going to transition now to revisiting the prior record score, and a lot of this work is built off of what we received comments from the strategic planning work group, but also from the recent academic review panel. And I know that at previous meetings, we have presented some data for you and really a framework for the prior record score. But I think today, spending some time looking at individual components of the prior record score calculation now, to have you have a little more time to reflect on some of the individual factors or decisions, such as the lapsing rules, without just listing them and going over them quickly. So at its broadest sense, the new prior record score had some goals, and we wanted to simplify the prior record score calculation, be able to automate it, and as Mark suggested just a moment ago, to reduce its impact. One approach we're taking is to reduce the number of categories from 8, where we have 0 to 5, and then RFEL and REVOC, to 4 categories. We'll have none, low, medium, and high. Move from a point-based system to one that's categorical, and the categorical will be based on the highest statutory grade of prior convictions and or juvenile adjudications and the number of such priors. We're expanding the criteria of juvenile lapsing. We're also adding in the proposal here a provision for lapsing for adult offenders, And then the guiding principle here is that the OGS is the primary driver of the sentencing recommendation, not the prior record score, with trying to reduce the impact to no greater than 2 times the amount as you move across the prior record score from none to the highest category. So this is a slide that I presented a few times, and again, I will dig into specific details related to this, but this essentially is our new 4 categories, our categorical approach. So we have a true none here, where no priors. We have two conditions for low, which is the most serious prior is a misdemeanor 3 or misdemeanor 2, allowing for multiple incidents or multiple victims, and then also a single incident and single victim misdemeanor 1. Our medium category has a single incident and single victim felony 3, felony 2, or felony 1. And then the other medium is multiple incidents or multiple victims of misdemeanor 1 or felony 3. So just to showcase, and we'll see this later, so if you had multiple incidents or multiple victims of M1, you would move from the low category if you only had 1 to the medium category if you had 2. Felony 3, either single or multiple, you remain in the medium category if that's your highest prior offense. And then we have multiple incidents or multiple victims for felony 2 or felony 1. This is our high category and consistent with the RFEL REVOC categories that are currently exist. And I think that, as Mark noted, and we'll see how this repeat or pattern offending within the same offense class or category will increase you both on the OGS and the PRS, and different combinations of how those work in concert.
Let me just throw in one comment. We do not have listed here drug felonies, and we've given a lot of thought to, how do you treat them? Because, the statutory max for some of them is between a felony 2 and a felony 1, and it's higher than a felony 1 for the second or subsequent. But under the current guidelines, there was a lot of effort made to keep them or treat them like felony 3s. I mean, we give them more points, but we do not include them in RFEL or REVOC. So we sort of draw a line there. And I think that's what we're trying to accommodate with this sort of total policy, this comprehensive policy. So I think we're saying that on the prior record score scale, we should continue to treat them like felony 3s and put them in that category. But to some degree, recognizing concerns that have been raised about repeat and serious offending and all of that, that's why we think it makes sense that there be some mechanisms over on the offense gravity score side that take into account the seriousness of the current offense. And that seriousness takes into account whether there's a pattern of behavior, whether the grade of the offense is increased, and things like drug trafficking in a school zone or 2 minors. So, those enhancements are in place there, and they'll continue to be, and we think that's why it's not inconsistent to build some of those things into the OGS, but, really limiting the impact of the prior record score, which is seen as a criminal history matter that I think we do want to reduce the impact. So that is at least the direction we're going in terms of recommending that ungraded felonies be treated like felony 3s, ungraded misdemeanors be treated like misdemeanor 3s.
So in the OGS exercise, we've been moving from 14 OGS categories, trying to think how we move to 35 or 36. And we would see situations like at OGS 18, where when we map the current OGS to our new OGS 18, that we might have OGS 5 through 12 of our current OGSs mapping to 18. Well, prior record score, we're going the opposite direction. We're going from 8 categories to 4. So what we see here are the 2 distributions of how offenses from 2018 map onto the different prior record score categories. So in the 7th edition, prior record score is 0, which is, again, is not a true 0. You could have the half-point misdemeanor. Almost half have a prior record score of 0. Under the new schema, we have a prior record score of none, a little over a third. And we see a more even split between at least none, low, and medium, and the high reserve for a small proportion of about 5%. So if we were to map the scoring from the 7th edition onto the 8th edition, we end up with this sort of distribution. So starting in the top left panel, we see that none is 36% of all of our sample, but that 100% of none comes from PRS, current PRS of 0. When we move over to the next grouping of low, we see that it incorporates the current PRS 0, PRS 1, PRS 2, but roughly half of them come from 0 and 1. Maybe even up to 60% come from the current PRS 0 and PRS 1. The medium category, which is also about a third under the new operationalization, has 2, 3, 4, and 5, with 5 having about 35% of the medium category. And then our new high category of 5% primarily comes from the PRS 5 and from RFEL. And REVOC, because it's just a small number to begin with, would have a very little impact here, but all of those REVOC are in our high category. Again, that's all determined by these definitions that of the new placement based upon the statutory, the highest statutory grade of the prior conviction or a juvenile adjudication. So I want to just walk through some of the decision rules and how the impact of these different elements have by taking a current offense and thinking about at the time of sentencing the impact that prior convictions and adjudications would have by looking back in this example 20 plus years in time frame. So the definition, this is starting with adult lapsing, is that for M3, M2, M1, and F3, that an individual would have to be crime-free for 10 years. So from the current offense, looking backwards of a crime-free period of 10 years for those priors to count. And then if a prior adult conviction was from 15 or more years in the past, and you were crime-free during that period, that offense would not count in the prior record score calculation. But this definition does not count for crimes of violence, but only felony 2s and felony 1s, but not the crimes of violence. For prior juvenile adjudications, consistent with the current definition, misdemeanor 3 and misdemeanor 2 juvenile adjudications are not counted in the prior record score considerations. And then a misdemeanor 1 or a felony 3 will lapse when that individual turns 21. For felony 2s and felony 1s, they'll lapse when that individual turns 25. And for crimes of violence for juveniles, they have to remain crime-free for this 18 to 28-year-old period. I can't remember. That is a GAP policy, whatever that's worth. So we have a number of different rules, and we have a set for juveniles that are based mainly on the age, but then this crime-free period for crimes of violence. And we have more of a look-back period of crime-free behavior for the adult lapsing policies.
Yeah, and just as an example, I mean, if you think about the DUI statute, that is a 10-year look-back period. It doesn't matter what you're doing during that 10 years. At the end of 10 years, those convictions from before that do not count in your record for purposes of DUI mandatories or for the grading provision. And so we're saying, at least for juvenile adjudications, we have that same policy in place, except for crimes of violence. So we're just going to have an age-related look-back period. When someone hits, 21 years of age, when someone hits 25 years of age, juvenile adjudications are going away. We're not looking at crime-free behavior. The difference would be for crimes of violence, those would require crime-free behavior for that 10-year period. And one thing that the commission could consider, because that's our current policy, 18 to 28, but one thing the commission could consider is applying that for any 10-year period of crime-free behavior. So if a juvenile, at 21 commits a crime and all of a sudden the 18 to 28 crime-free period is gone, the clock resets, and now we have another 10-year period, crime-free period, required before a juvenile adjudication for a crime of violence would go away. So you can have that kind of structure, but I know these terms get confusing, but just think about DUIs and the look-back period. The clock ticks, and when that period is done, those prior convictions go away or adjudications go away. And the other option, which we've generally called lapsing, is you have to be crime-free during that period of time for something to go away or be diminished. So those are the two that we have in place, decay and gap. Decay is like DUI DUI look back. It just decays over time. You hit whatever the period is or the age is, it goes away. So we think both of those are helpful, and Judge Tucker was really thoughtful and involved in a lot of these discussions with the academic panel and certainly with the commission about just concerns about juvenile adjudications. And we think for juvenile adjudications, decay is the right approach. That at a given period, first, that misdemeanors other than certain M1s don't ever count in the guidelines, in the prior record score. But for certain M1s and then certainly F3s, 21 years of age, they go away. And then F2 and F1s, except for crimes of violence, at 25. And then crimes of violence, that's where we think there should be a crime-free period. And again, we start with the current 10-year framework, but it could be that you reset the clock and any 10-year crime-free period could then decay, or I'm sorry, would be a gap, whatever the verb is for it, for those crimes of violence, juvenile adjudication.
Mark, I think that's an excellent direction anyway. But refresh my recollection as to how we're defining crimes of violence. Now, obviously, murder and all of that, but I guess my concern,
Sure.
or what my thoughts are on the fringes of crimes of violence, where it's a very gray area. How are we defining it so that what is a crime of violence is labeled as such and what's not is not?
Sure. That's a great question, Judge, and I don't think we spent much time looking at that. When we talk about crime of violence, we usually are talking about the definition in Section 9714G. So in the three strikes legislation, there's a list of crimes of violence, and that's usually what we're referring to because that's what we use for Reebok and other stuff like that. And that's what certain mandatories apply to. But I know that under the Juvenile Act, there's a separate list of violent offenses that really are used as much for certification and direct file issues. And it may be more appropriate to use that list for purposes of juvenile adjudications because it's particular to a juvenile court. So it's the basis for a direct file, it's the basis for certification. So it may be that for juvenile adjudications, we use that list of violent offenses or whatever label they give it. And then for adult convictions, we use the crimes of violence definition from 3 strikes.
Yeah, thank you. I just don't, I would just hate to see it get to the point where someone is guessing in a situation like this,
Yeah.
whether or not this is a crime of violence. And
Yeah.
I think it should be labeled, whatever it is, or it should be defined so that it's easily recognized.
Sure. And I think since it's originating in the juvenile court, if we use their definition, that probably would help with that clarity as well. That they know at the time of the adjudication or disposition, this is, that type of crime. Now, if they're, if that offense has been direct filed and it remains in criminal court, it's a conviction. So then it's we're under the conviction thing, and that's where it gets a little confusing. Like if you're direct filed, then all of a sudden we're going to use a different list because it's a conviction offense that we're talking about. But the definition, originated in juvenile court. But anyhow, we'll work it out. We'll come back to you with a list.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. If it's a direct file, then it's a conviction. A conviction is a conviction,
Yeah.
But an adjudication
Yep.
is different. That was my concern.
Yep. Got it. Absolutely. And thanks, Judge, for all of your work on this. I know it's been an issue for you throughout, and appreciate all your comments.
Quite welcome.
So one way to continue this was just to develop 7 different examples to walk through some of the decision rules as they relate to those definitions of how we're classifying into our categories. So in this example, we have a prior felony 3 adult conviction, and we need to consider whether or not that occurred during the crime-free period of 10 years for the adult. And in this example, this individual is not crime-free for 10 years up to the current offense. So in this case, the felony 3 would contribute towards the prior record score, and this individual would have a prior record score of medium. It's a single incident, single victim felony 3, and since this is the highest statutory grade prior, it would be a felony 3, so hence a medium prior record score value. So we have a second example, and this individual has a prior misdemeanor 3 and a prior felony 3 adult conviction. And in this, again, because we're looking at the highest statutory grade, the felony 3 is, again, occurred during that crime-free period, so this individual's prior record score, despite having a misdemeanor 3 and a felony 3, would fall in the medium category because the felony 3 would be the offense that would be the highest statutory grade. So we're not combining these like we might have been scoring the misdemeanor with a certain amount of points and the felony with a certain amount of points and combining them. This is simply just picking the most serious or the highest statutory grade. So we have another example here now with a prior felony 2 adult conviction and a prior misdemeanor 1 felony conviction. So as we take a look at this, when that individual was being sentenced for the prior misdemeanor 1, there would have been a look back period of 15 years crime free to see if that felony 2 counted or not. Since this felony 2 is outside, this individual had a crime free period of over 15 years leading up to that misdemeanor 1 offense. That would not be counted in the prior record score for the misdemeanor 1 or in the current for the current offense. So we would think of that prior felony 2 as a stale criminal record fitting in that definition. One of the goals here was to think about how to address these stale criminal records by adding these definitions or rules for adult lapsing, not just for juvenile lapsing. So in this example, and again, that timeline could be extended and that could have been 30 years ago, but we look at that. Now we need to consider the misdemeanor 1 in relation to the current offense. The misdemeanor 1 would require a 10-year crime-free period for that offense to lapse. This misdemeanor 1 occurs within 10 years of the current offense. So that individual is not crime-free, so the misdemeanor one would count. And this individual, because there's a single incident, single victim misdemeanor one, would fall within our low prior record score category.
And just maybe 2 points on that. The first, regarding this misdemeanor counting in low, keep in mind, if that was a misdemeanor 3, it would also be low. So right now, you know, the first misdemeanor doesn't count. The first misdemeanor 3 or misdemeanor 2 doesn't count. So we have a 0 prior record score that's sort of blended. So as Matt said, this new none prior record score is truly that. It's a true 0. So if you have any conviction during that period of time, you're at least in the low category. And then depending on how serious it is, and then how many of those serious offenses you have, you could be in medium or high.
Okay, so this is the same misdemeanor one we just spoke about, and it would be low. It's a single incident misdemeanor 1. It wouldn't have lapsed because it falls within the period of the crime-free period. So when we look here on our definitions, it would have received low. Again, it's our low B, single incident and single victim misdemeanor 1. If this individual had a prior misdemeanor 1 that also fell within the crime-free period so that it would count towards the prior record score, we now have an incident or situation where there's multiple incidents of the misdemeanor 1, but these offenses are not from the same chapter. So when we come to our scoring now, this is multiple incidents or multiple victims for misdemeanor 1s or felony 3s. So this individual's prior record score would be medium because there's more than one misdemeanor 1, but they're not from the same chapter. In example 5, we're looking at an individual with 2 prior misdemeanor 1s. One's a juvenile adjudication and one is an adult conviction. So because the defendant has turned 21, that juvenile adjudication no longer accounts towards the prior record score. The single incident misdemeanor 1 is again within that crime-free period, so this individual is not crime-free for 10 years. So this single incident misdemeanor 1 would classify this individual into the low category. Had that misdemeanor 1 juvenile adjudication and the defendant hadn't turned 21 yet during this time period, this individual would be medium because it would, just like before, shift them from low to medium. All right, in example 6A, this is a starting point of a bigger example. And in this example, this individual has a prior felony 2. The crime-free period for lapsing for a felony 2 is 15 years. So this felony 2 clearly occurs within that same time period or within the crime-free period. So this individual would, because it's a single incident, single victim, would be characterized or classified into the medium prior record score categories. If they had an additional felony 2 that also occurred within the 15-year look-back period, so they're not crime-free, and we assume that these offenses are from the same chapter, the first thing that will happen is that individual moves from the medium to the high category on the prior record score, because there's multiple felony 2 adult convictions move them from the medium to the high. Additionally, this gets into what we were talking about much earlier about the pattern offender enhancement, that because this is from the same chapter, that we might have an enhancement here where there's a step up on the OGS scale, as well as a movement here from the medium to the high category on our prior record score. So one of the things that lapsing, by introducing lapsing, and this, if we take this scenario into consideration, is if that stale prior, the F2 was, the first felony 2 was much older and we thought of it as a stale prior record. and it did not contribute to the prior record score, then we would only have the one felony 2, single incident felony 2, which would then, this individual would be in medium, and there would be no pattern offending, so there'd be no step up on the OGS scale. So by introducing the lapsing for adults here with this long look-back period of crime-free for 15 years, in this example, that stale record doesn't contribute to the prior record score, that rather than being in the high and moving up on the pattern offender, this individual remains in medium with no step up on the OGS scale, because the first felony 2 that happened, in this case, 20-something years ago, would not be considered in the prior record score calculation for the current offense.
One thing that relates to that I think is helpful, and Matt may have mentioned this at the start, is, many of you are aware of clean slate and the effort for the lowest level, misdemeanors to, if there's a crime-free period, to allow for basically a sealing of those records. And while the commission and criminal justice agencies still have access to those records and we can still use them in the prior record score, what we had talked about earlier, and I think is a worthwhile part of this policy, is that we would, in effect, honor clean slate sealing in terms of not using those offenses in the prior record score. So when you look at the look-back period for GAP, for crime-free look-back period, it's consistent with clean slate, so that if there were M3s that would normally go away, we would sort of give credit to that. And I know there are ongoing discussions about looking at other aspects of clean slate, and I think this would work in harmony with that. But I think it's just treating, if someone has been crime-free for that period of time, and it leads to a stealing of a record, we think that it's consistent with this policy on prior record score to seal it for that purpose.
Great. And the final example is to just revisit some of the decision rules related to juvenile lapsing here. So this individual had a prior misdemeanor 1 juvenile adjudication, a prior felony 1 juvenile adjudication, not that many years later. And so our lapsing policy is that the misdemeanor 1 lapses at age 21, and the felony 1 would lapse at age 25, except for a crime of violence. We'll assume that prior felony 1 adjudication is not a crime of violence. And so this defendant is roughly 35 years old at the time of the current offense. So the defendant has turned 21, the defendant has turned 25, which makes both of those juvenile adjudications lapse, and this individual would have a prior record score of none, since none of those juvenile adjudications would count towards the prior record consideration when they're 35 years old, because at 21, the misdemeanor 1 lapsed, and at 25, the felony 1 non-crimes of violence would have lapsed as well.
Yeah, and in this case, at 25, the person would also have a none because of the decay, but a crime of violence would require that crime-free period.
Yeah, so they would have fit certainly within that 18 to 28, since there's no other convictions occurring unless the arrest and they're being sentenced occurred way earlier, like years and years. This is a long period of crime-free behavior. And so even if it was a crime of violence, that felony 1, there's at least 15 years in between that the defendant would have been crime-free for 18 to 28 in this illustration.
Yep.
So the goal for this was to try to bring to life some of those components that went into the new prior record score. Like I mentioned in previous presentations, we looked a lot at the data and some of the implications as it relates to the recommendations on the matrix, but not really dissecting and thinking about the combination of these attributes, especially when we now start considering pattern offending, an OGS move, as well as a move on the prior record score. I see Attorney Marsico has a question, please.
Can you just briefly go back to the slide on the rules for adult lapsing? I just didn't get quite a chance to digest it all.
Slide would that have been?
I'm sorry, right, 10 slides.
That's okay, that's all right. Okay, so there's two slides here. The first would be for misdemeanor 3, and I apologize for going too quickly that you didn't get this. So misdemeanor 3, misdemeanor 2, misdemeanor 1, and felony 3 would require a crime-free period of 10 years.
And we would include in that drug felonies under the current policy, that they be treated as felony 3s. And again, there is an offset over on the ODS if someone is, has a criminal history. But at least this would be the crime-free period we're looking at.
And then for felony 2s and felony 1s, crime-free for 15 years, not counting crimes of violence. And for adults, we do not have any lapsing provisions currently for crimes of violence. And I guess that was it.
Yeah,
So
one of the things that, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Now, just to use an example, so if someone commits a crime of violence when they're 18, and since that time, maybe they go 10 years of crime-free, then they commit a couple of misdemeanors when they're maybe 30, 35, at what point is there a point where that crime of violence is going to be removed? Because I see this a lot.
Yeah, that's what.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's, we don't have anything on that, but we did want to ask you about that. I mean, ask all of you. In our discussions, and especially with the academic review panel, we talked about whether there would be a reduction in the seriousness of a crime of violence. So at some period of time, a crime of violence would then be treated like a felony 1, and either it always remains, or then it starts the clock ticking for a crime-free period for a felony 1 lapsing. So whatever the commission is interested in or think is appropriate, but we thought that it would be, it made sense to think in terms, especially the case you're talking about, an 18-year-old, that a crime of violence would never go away. That would, there should be some mechanism, but it's a different standard than other felony 1s. And so the question is, what's involved there? And one thought was, you allow it to, after some period of crime-free behavior, to drop to a felony 1, but it never then goes away. It's always there. But there's, that's a marked increase or decrease in the impact, because you could end up effectively as a medium. So you're out of the high category into the medium. But the commission, if there's interest in doing more than that, or thinking in terms of crimes of violence going away after some longer period of crime-free behavior, happy to look at that. I think, one of the things we heard about, and this gets into the details of the statute, of the crimes of violence list, is that, burglary of a house person present is a serious offense, but it's different than a rape or an armed robbery. And so there are, the question is, are there certain offenses that, even if they're crimes of violence, that there should be different consideration? We're trying to be very categorical about this, and so it's sort of, our view has been, all or none. But you do look at the list, and especially in your example, an 18-year-old convicted in criminal court, 20 years later, 25, 30 years later, is there some point at which that conviction either goes away or is diminished. And so we're open to any ideas.
Yeah, and some of the examples that I see where the guidelines are just disproportionate is where someone has felony conviction, they were 18 and 19, and then later in life, they have a problem, drug convictions or DUIs, and it might be a second offense DUI that's graded as a misdemeanor of the first degree when they're 40 years old, and their guidelines are calling for state time when the statutory, the mandatory, is 90 days. So I don't know how that
we
can be
hear that a
addressed.
lot. Yeah, we hear that a lot, but one thing that I think is at least addresses in part those kind of situations is the overall impact of the prior record score will be going down. So you're right. Today, if that offense doesn't go away, you could be in a 10 times the base rate recommendation because you're in in ARPEL or REVOC because of that offense, that conviction. Under this policy, chances are more likely that it would be no more than double the base rate. So the impact of having that prior record score should be greatly diminished. But I think the exception would be if you're a REVOC, and we'll have to just see what REVOC looks like, because although it doesn't include necessarily the statutory limit, it's still a long sentence recommendation. It's sort of an exception in terms of duration at times. So I think it's a good issue. And when Matt talked about stale records, it was exactly that. The highest crime producing individuals are 18, 19, 20-year-olds. And if they have a burglary of a house person present, it will last forever. I mean, at least under our current policy. So we've heard that kind of situation a lot, and exactly the example you used about someone getting arrested and convicted of a DUI, and then there's this old 18-year-old crime of violence that tags on at least 4 points in the prior record score.
Yeah, so just as an example, if we just took the 90 days as the 3-month sentence, that would be our OGS 11, which is standard range of 2 to 4, and then our high category is 5 to 7 months is the standard range. So it's not moving you from changing it to state incarceration or a big shift. I mean, it's still significant, but that holding to that no more than double rule, at least on that example.
Thank you.
Other questions oh yeah, sure. Oh, Judge Bernstein.
Thank you, and I will lower my hand now. Do you have a draft worksheet for how this is calculated?
We could.
I think Matt's dog got it.
Yeah, I'm only asking because at some point, I'm sure it was only me, where it just started feel like a lot. Partway through, I thought probation will calculate this, right? But I'd like to understand how it's all calculated. And I know now we have the worksheet that kind of does that. I assume that you are ultimately going to create something like that. I just didn't know. I didn't know that Matt's dog ate it, but I just wondered if that's coming down the pipeline. And
yeah, we can have a draft by December. I mean, we need to make sure if we're on the right path for all of this. If we are, I think we can come up with that. But remember, this will be all automated. It will be part of NextGen SGS Web. But Christy's working on right now, right?
It is the worksheet. It's a great place.
But here's the thing, just to, at least in my mind, there's like two decisions that are pretty quick. Now, Matt gave a lot of examples to show, how it can get complicated, but you've been convicted and you're looking back at whatever the look back period is, 10 years, 15 years, whatever, to see if there's any conviction offenses that count. So I think the first step in the process is eliminate any offenses that have lapsed or, gone away. So that's, you get a rap sheet or a list of all offenses, and the first thing is, have any of these gone away? So you just take them off the list. And then the next step is look at all the offenses left and say, what's the most serious one and how many are there? And the most serious one will tell you your starting point in the prior record score, and the number of those will tell you if you stay in that category, you move up one. It's really that simple. So, you could have a huge criminal record, but if you've been crime-free for 15 years, then, the only thing that is worth looking at are crimes of violence. Or you could have a whole bunch of juvenile adjudications, but if you're 25, then the only thing you're looking at are, however we define crimes of violence. So that would be the only thing you look at. And then the question is, how many are there? One or more? And that would be whether you're in medium or high.
Is crime-free
But
going to,
we'll make it. Yep.
I'm sorry, is crime-free, is that going to consider time incarcerated? I mean,
Yeah,
if someone
another-
commits a serious offense when they're 18, but they spend 6-7 years in jail, I mean, that, does that count?
Yeah, that's why you're all appointed to the commission. You get to decide that. But I tell you, we've worked with a lot of other states that have this kind of policy, have some kind of lapsing policy, and there's a lot of different rules out there. But you're right. That's a key one. So is it time on the street, time at liberty, or is it time from point of sentencing or conviction or whatever anchor you want to use? And there's sort of an inverse relationship, right? It's really easy to calculate and automate it if you use date certain, like the date of sentencing is the one anchor and whatever else. And that's how DUI works, right? The DUI statute is pretty clean in terms of look back periods and things like that. I mean, there's clear anchors, and it doesn't matter if you're in prison or not because it's a decay. But when you move to gap, to sort of lapsing where it has to be crime free, then you have to decide, what your anchors are. When you start counting, is it street time or is it all time? And that's your call. That I think Judge Marsica is going to answer that question. Judge.
No, I'm actually going to ask, can we go back? I'm going to ask for another slide too, Matt. Can we go back to the slide where that you defined high, medium, and low? So if somebody has, let's just, for the sake of argument, say they've got 10 prior F3s within that don't lapse, where does that person end up? Is that medium?
Medium. They always
Okay.
say it's medium.
The only way you get the high is
Exactly.
if you have an F2 or F1, right?
Yeah.
Two
Sort of like the current RFL.
okay.
Sort of like the current RFL. In fact, high is a little lower than the current RFL because you could have 2 felony 2s and not make it into RFL. Now you'd be in 4 or 5. Whereas, you could get in it sooner under this system. But yeah, for felony 3, so there's sort of a cap. Felony 3 would cap you at medium.
And multiple means 2, right?
That's right. 2.
In your
Or
exam-
2 victims.
And in your example, Judge, if they were from the same chapter, though, there would be that enhancement on the OGS if you had multiple F3s from the same chapter. So there is an increased punishment for the pattern offending that Mark spoke about
Gotcha.
earlier.
And so in those, do we have an enhanced OGS and it still counts in the prior record score? or is it one or the other?
Yeah. Yeah, no, both. And
Okay.
here's on that axis, I think it would be one or the other in terms of did the grade of the offense increase because it's a second or subsequent? You get, let's say that's 2 points, or is it a pattern of behavior? Let's say that's 1 point. But
Okay.
it seems to me, whatever scaling we want to come up with, it's a once and done on that thing, but it applies to each conviction offense. You're modifying the OGS because that's a factor that's in play. And that's just, it feels a little bit like double dipping, but the idea is it's different. You have a criminal record, but you have a pattern of behavior, just like you have, multiple victims or things like that. So I think those are just, factors that I think from the strategic planning group, but from other discussions, like we're going out of our way to really diminish prior record score, but I think there's some factors that are pretty important that we heard about. And one is recognizing pattern behavior and victimization. And so building that into the OGS seems like way.
No, I think the victimization, I like that aspect of it. I think that's new and different. And to your point of the question about the crime-free, while the look-back period of a DUI is very easy and simplifies things doing that, I do think you have to account for, somebody that's doing 5 to 10 and serves 8 years, is only out a couple of years. That's a whole different thing with crime-free. I do think incarceration should not be calculated in that part. And I know that makes it tough to calculate, but or at least state incarceration shouldn't be, if it's something lengthy like that.
Yeah, Judge, when we talk to other states about that, it seems like there's less of a concern if you have like a single point that you can point to, like date of parole, date of release from prison being the start, or on probation, at the time of sentencing. But the problem was there's a lot of back and forth, right? So you get picked up on a technical, you're detained. Does that stop the clock, or does it actually reset the clock? And so those are the tedious things that I think that's why some states have said maybe it's better to have a longer decay period rather than a shorter gap period, because just functionality. So for some places where they were going to do 10 years of crime-free, they went to 15 years just from the date of sentencing to just be able to automate it. But it'll be your call collectively. Yeah. Any other hands? Well, first, thank you for all the questions and the discussion. It helps us a lot. I guess the final thing we wanted to just ask about is are there any particular things that we should be working on? We tried to telegraph what we think we should be doing and what we can prepare for the December meeting. But I'll just mention the timeline again. We're planning to have a full day policy meeting the day before the December commission meeting. And whether it's virtual or hybrid or just in Harrisburg, but the idea is that we'd have that full day meeting to sort of do what we did today, but hopefully, one step closer to something you can look at. I think the difference between what we've talked about today and what we prepare for December is, we can sort of vet our work and we can try to make it, do some of these things that explain the process a little better. But we also have to start working on like the text of the guidelines, because this is really an opportunity to pick up where we left off with the Sixth Amendment, where we tried to sort of build some new sections so that we could almost like cut and paste those into new guidelines. But there's other sections that we might be able to just get rid of. I mean, the idea is to really streamline this. And Ryan's been, keeping track of a lot of questions we have and just changes and so forth. So, one of the things we'd like to do is start working on sort of a rough draft of the text of whatever would support this whole thing. And maybe that would answer some of the questions as well as far as procedures and so forth. But the thing is, I don't know if this is doable, but if we had something that had the consensus of the commission to approve for purpose of public hearings in December, that would at least allow us to get this stuff out and start talking to people about it. I mean, I've given presentations, Ryan and others have, in terms of sort of what we're doing, but having public hearings has been really helpful in just, people pointing to things or asking questions that you didn't think about. And it doesn't have to be the finished product. It doesn't have to be the expectation that we're then going to adopt. And we sort of did that with the parole guidelines, where we had something that was like a working product, or with risk assessment, something that was like a working product that we went out and had public hearings to receive comment. And I just think the sooner we do that, the better, because, we're trying to build an application that would go with this, and we're trying to, make sure that we move this along and get it across the line. And so, I don't know if that can happen in December, but that's one thing we'll be working towards, so that if the framework is good enough and has the support of the commission, we can schedule some public hearings in February and March to get comments that we can talk through during the next year's March meeting. Attorney Marsico, I see your hand.
And I'm sorry, I know you need to move forward, but
I
might have missed it. Are there any decaying provisions for adults or not? I saw that for the juveniles. Or is it just all lapsing?
Not at this. Yeah, not at this point. But again, I think we just put forth a proposal. If there's if there's interest in that, or for misdemeanors or something like that. But even clean slate requires crime-free period. So I think, we were sort of looking at clean slate, and since that's in place for, for misdemeanors, I'm not sure that we saw much sort of public support for decay. But again, we're open to, whatever you suggest. We'll throw it in and see if there's, 7 votes, right?
I would vote for some decay. We can debate that at some point.
Okay, sounds great. Judge Bernstein?
And maybe I missed it, I didn't see attached any draft list of adjustments and enhancements in our materials, but maybe it was something I couldn't open, I don't know. But can we get that? Can you send that out?
Sure. I think that was sent with the email when the first round of documents were sent. But I tell you what, we'll clean it up a little bit and get that and other documents out to you, and we'll also post them so that you have access, because some of them are pretty large, and we don't want to clog your email accounts. But we'll make sure we get both of them. Give us next week to sort of clean up and organize some things and take another look at some of the documents to make sure, if there's any cleanup we need to do, we do it before we send them out. But we'll get it to you.
Okay, it's not like I'm bored and waiting to read stuff, but I think that's an area where I would have some confusion and question. So thank you.
Well, we have plenty of boring stuff here we can send you to read if that's the issue, but you just let us know.
I'm
Judge
good.
Marsico?
Mark, and I might have missed it because I was late getting back this afternoon. Things, and maybe it's some stuff you did send out. Things like acceptance, responsibility, cooperation, factoring that stuff in. Where are we with that stuff?
Yeah, and I tell you what, we'll make sure these slides are available to you. We'll get these slides out to you if they're helpful.
Okay,
Here's a couple of things, Judge, and you're aware of some of this because of the strategic planning work group,
Right.
but here were the 4 things that we identified. So I don't know if you were here for this.
Nah, that's right. So that's fine. As long as you guys covered it, I don't need to go into it. I just when I was late this afternoon, I figured you might have covered that. So good enough.
Let me just take a minute or two on it though, because again, you were involved in some of these things, but we talked about, these 4 things as being, it sort of came out of the working group in terms of downward departures, acceptance of responsibility and substantial assistance, and upward being course of conduct, sort of that prior similar offending and repeat victimization. Whether the number of points we talk about, the steps or whatever are correct or not, those were, some of the things we were wondering about, but also whether there were others that should be considered. And as background, these were some of the things that we assume we're going to build into the OGS assignments. Things like inchoate being 1 step lower and, ethnic intimidation 1 step higher, 2 steps higher. And then, the kind of enhancements we have, both these general enhancements and the specific enhancements. So all of those, will be built into either the OGS or effectively a checklist for specific offenses at sentencing. But what we were interested in, and it'd be helpful if you had any thoughts at any time, is are there common reasons for aggravation or mitigation that we should think about in addition to these 4 that are identified? Because we think there are, but when we look at the annual report for reasons for departure, it's more often like plea negotiation or, something like that. And we think that's probably, that could be covered by acceptance of responsibility, but, there may be specific adjustments that we could add in. So we just ask people to give it some thought because it's a pretty small list, and we want to make sure we're capturing things that are common and are easy to document.
Okay.
Thanks, Judge.
Do we need to do something now for you to set up the public hearing? So I wasn't quite sure what you said with
We
that.
don't. What we're going to do is we're going to bring information to you as much as we have and in as best a form as we have for the December meeting. That we're going to have a full day policy meeting on that Wednesday, I guess, and then Thursday is our quarterly meeting. And so what we would hope is, between those 2 meetings, if the commission thinks that things are, the framework is good enough that we could publish it and have having public hearings in February and March, just to receive comments on the framework, sort of like we're doing right now, it would at least, we wouldn't be surprised. And if people had great concerns or were really psyched about it or whatever else, we'd start to get some comment about it and some engagement, because we've been working on this a long time, but, most people just, keep seeing our amendments every year. So, I think sooner rather than later, getting something out for people to do it. Now, Ryan and I have been doing some presentations. I think he's going to be doing one in December, and we're doing a CLA, a PBI thing in December. So we have some opportunities to start talking about it, but then we should probably be following up with, having hearings and gathering information. So that's our hope, I guess, in terms of scheduling.
Can I chime back in? I put my hand up, but it's been up
Sure.
so many times, you probably didn't notice it. So you had said that other states have different downward and upward adjustments, and you said regarding ours, maybe we'd want to add to this list. So if you think of any other suggestions that are being used elsewhere that you want us to consider, I would be interested in knowing those. And my other question,
Sure.
which I think you touched on it, an acceptance of responsibility. And one of the best examples that pops into my brain is so often burglaries are pled down to a criminal trespass. So that's your plea agreement between the Commonwealth and the defense, right? So your incentive is to get that reduction. So you've gotten a reduction already by accepting responsibility, and therefore we'll reduce it down, I'll give you a plea. So then we're still looking to bump those down to, or do you think the response to this is that in those negotiations, it's going to be, well, you plead to the burglary now because we're going to notify the judge, or you're going to be down 2 steps because of acceptance of responsibility? Because I just see like a burglary
Right.
going down to a criminal trespass, going down to OGS's when it's, pretty much a burglary. So,
Yeah, no, so one of the mechanisms that we talked about, and this might address your issue, is that, just with other factors that, whether more formally the DA is making a motion or is recommending to the court the adjustment, because there's not only the burden issue, but it's the idea that that person would be knowledgeable about any other kind of agreements that related to the plea or whatever else. So one of the suggestions, especially when we were talking about substantial assistance, was that the DA, the prosecutor, would make that sort of offer or would indicate that to the court. And then, as in all cases, the court makes the determination. So the DA can present it as a factor, and the court determines if it applies, and if there's multiple weights, how much weight it gets. So, and by a preponderance. So that was discussed, and it really depends on what you all think is the best approach. But with everything, with the guidelines, with selection of the OGS, everything else, it's a court determination. It all rests in the court. It's just whether you actively require the prosecutor to put it before you or the defense in terms of these adjustments. And that's really, I think that would be the text of the guidelines. When we talk about the adjustments, which is would be a new part of the guidelines, then the question would be, what's the procedure? How formal or informal can it be? Just as long as the court retains the final decision. And Judge, as far as other jurisdictions, in terms of the adjustments, the granddaddy of this is the U.S. Sentencing Commission, and we certainly have information from there. There was some information that we found from the Model Penal Code on sentencing, some work there. So we have some idea of some factors. So I think we can pull together a list of other things, but we were looking for your experiences too, and what you thought made sense in this context. So, but we'll put some stuff together. Where other states have been really helpful is not so much on those factors, but on the prior record score stuff. There are a number of states, Minnesota and others, who have spent a lot of time working or including some kind of lapsing provision in their prior record score. And the Robina Institute at the University of Minnesota Law School did a whole publication on these kind of adjustments to prior record. So there's a wealth of information there, and so we can pull together more information as needed.
thank you.
Sure. I know it's a Friday, and so we don't have to go to 3 o'clock, although we're getting really close. Any other comments or questions, requests? We're at your disposal. Okay.
Hey, Mark,
Yes.
it's Todd. Sorry.
Oh, no problem.
I had to jump off for a little bit. I've been back on for a little while. The one on the lapsing provisions, are you going to be? Is that one of the areas that you'll be sending out some text on for us to take a look at?
Sure. We'll work on that. We'll certainly send the slides, and we'll send an updated copy of the materials we have. But the specifics on lapsing, we can put together a quick document and get that out as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Great work today.
Thank you.
So are we
Anyone else?
wrapping up to adjourn?
We only if the chair adjourns. So
That's
yeah.
what I'm working, that's what I'm
It's all
working
you.
on. All right, so if there's any other comments, speak now. You don't see any hands raised? All right.
I do
so
not.
I think, thank you very much for the tremendous amount of work you all put in and helping to break it down so we can reasonably digest it. Thank you, everybody, for your participation today. And with that, we're going to adjourn for the day. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all. Have a great weekend.
Thanks,
Thank
everybody.
you as well.
Thank you. Take care, all.
Thanks.